Fill my lungs with ganja when they fill my brain with drama. From my past, I have all this trauma. Hey yo, what's up, sexy bitches? What's good? Yo. Wait, let me join Discord. Cheesy, come Discord, baby girl. That will fucking watch streak. You freak bastard, I fucking love you. Come Discord, come Discord. My ikiten.
Yeah, go in the hidden channel, but so someone doesn't.
Okay, okay. I'm stuck in my head. In my head. Fill my lungs with ganja. Why is this song so fucking good, bro? Bro, look how happy I am when I'm not gonna play Marvel freaking Rivals. Yeah, yeah. Alright, should I watch the new trailer? Or later?
If you want to.
We can do it later if we go to Marvel, to play Marvel later. Or now.
I don't know. Maybe we can start with Marvel now.
Play Marvel?
Yeah, for
No.
a bit if you want. No?
No.
Okay then. I don't know. Your choice.
Hey yo, twin! Couple was good. How you doing? My second favorite Bulgarian Marvel Rivals player is live. Hey yo! Who's your first? Is it cheesy? Is it cheesy? The goat? Cheesy Rio, I know what you mean. Same, bro, same. The MVP of my heart. Cheesy is actually working on making a Punisher tutorial, guys.
Oh, don't expose them. I'm not.
And he's gonna cook with it if he gets to make it, I don't know. I need that, Rio. Oh, we actually ranked up to Celestial. Like yesterday, after work, both tired as fuck, bro. We were so dead, I even went for a nap after work. Games were so fucking good yesterday. Holy fuck, holy fuck. Step 1, aim for the head. Step 2, shoot. Rio. Rio. Wait, let me see the history, I'll show you. Give me a second. Bro, we were so strategically avoiding people yesterday. It was actually crazy. I think that's why we won games. Like, we were dodging games. Like, we were waiting for the freaks to queue up so we don't get matched with them. Yeah, I guess that's what you should do to win. I don't know. I don't know. Wait. So? Let me share the screen. Yeah, we basically stopped at Celestial 3 because I don't wanna fucking drop again. I don't wanna drop again. Like, and it's end of season, like I don't wanna risk it. If we were like in Celestial earlier, we could have played more. Try for higher Celestial, but at this point, CBA. So, wait. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. No, I'm actually gonna get fucking hiccups. Help. 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 I'm actually dying. And I'm actually fucking dying. Cheesy, can I have some water, please? Bro, every time I take this fucking nicotine fucking pouch, I get... ...1v1 Where? Well, 1v1, where, ZKO? Hey, yo? Necessar, diču veče. Okay, I got you. But can we do it after stream? I have it on my phone, I think. I don't know. Bro, 1v1 actually scared me. You stopped my hiccups. Thank you. Oh my god. Anyways. No, this game was nothing interesting, to be honest. I was one game different than Cheesy. He got Celestial earlier than me. And basically, I don't know how we won this one. We had a Widow, guys. A flanking Widow. This Widow was flanking the whole game. The whole fucking game they were flanking. And this Shark was pocketing this fucking Hewa like crazy. And not healing almost anyone, I think. Or was it? I don't know if this was the game with the Shark pocket. This guy was hating on me for making a bad ult. The whole fucking game. And this fucking Venom came to the rescue and white knighted for me. Yup. What a chat. Exactly. No, he was like, bro, you don't have to be toxic about it. Yada. That was the idea. Damn right. You actually helped me. Thank you. Almost died right there. Fucking hiccups and burping at the same time help. I'm trying to find one game, like 2 games actually. Bro, this guy was so fucking bad on Thor. Bro was fucking inting. And this fucking Daredevil had the ego of like, I don't know. He thought he's Necrus or something, I don't know. Wait, I'm trying to find something, but kinda difficult to find it. So when you see me, please don't be surprised. Cheesy had beef with this Burning Soul guy, and we got matched against him, I think, at some point. Yup, here. And we fucked the guy. Also avoided this fucking guy, cut years for life, got matched against him a couple of times. I don't know where though. And we fucked again. Bro, Cheesy, when did we play with this cosmic guy with the... that we thought he's 3-stack with someone?
No, I don't remember.
So basically there was one really good Spidey guy, and we... Cheesy sniped him in the recent players thingy, so we get matched with him again so we can win. But bro probably got tired and hopped on Angela, so we had to like... it was not going that well this game, so we stopped sniping him. We had like 2 or 3 games with him. We got our W's with him, and we were like, okay, bye now. Thank you. Now it's time for uninstall. Never look back, you are free. Bro, like, I'm so fucking happy today that I don't have to play today. Like, I'm happy I reached at least Celestial this season, but I think I'm not uninstalling just yet, guys, because new fucking season, new patch notes. They fucking cooked with this shit. They fucking cooked with this shit, alright? I'm gonna watch it right now. But they fucking cooked. I already watched some parts of it. But, holy fuck. Hey, you're leveling up. How you doing? What a pro gamer. Rio. Anyways, can't find these games with this guy. But, yeah, you get the picture. We had a lot of good games yesterday. Way easier when there is no TTS in my fucking ears. Invis buff. I think there is no Invis buff, but wait. Give me a second. But there is a lot of good fucking shit. There's a lot of good fucking shit. Wait, let me take Discord back here. Stop the music. Alright. Let's get into it.
Hello everyone.
No invisible, but more Spider-Man combos are real, bro. Oh my goodness. Ayo, Crimson was good to win. Oh my goodness, you have the Arc Raider Stingomagic. Pog you? Gambit video just dropped. Oh shit, thank you. Wait, let me see that first, because it's shorter. Bro, I thought Rogue is gonna be the strategist. Kinda surprised by that. Oh my god, holy fuck, his stuff is so cool. Oh my goodness. He looks so fucking fun to play. Holy day. Holy day. What are those symbols up here? Like, there was a heart and I don't know. I wanna know what they do, like the different symbols. Holy fuck. Cajun style. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. An actual fun support, guys. An actual fun support, guys. Holy day. He looks so fucking different and his playstyle, it's gonna be fucking insane. Hey, yo, Nikki! Was good! My favorite fucking mod was good! Finally, support that requires actual skill. What do you mean? What do you mean? I have the feeling Cheesy won't let me even try him. Like, he won't even let me fucking play this guy. He's gonna fucking insta-walk the guy. Roga's tank is going to feed families. Is she gonna be a tank though? Or is she gonna be a DPS again? I don't know. You can play Rogue and Gambit. I wanna be the Gambit guy, to be honest. Cheesy can hop on Rogue. Yup. Even though I watched some part of this, I'm gonna watch it again on stream so I can fucking get some clips out of it. Alright? Alright? Yep.
Here. It's great to see you all again.
Love to see it! Hi, hello, Guang Guang.
Welcome to Season 5 of Marvel Rivals. This season centers on Mr. and Mrs. X, Gambit and Rogue, after the time string entanglement interrupted their dream wedding. To make up for the disruption,
Their wedding?
has planned a honeymoon full of
I don't know the lore.
for Rogue. But when the journey
Rogue
leads
got
to a
Gyat.
world built by the elders of the
Wait, I
universe,
didn't see.
Gambit has planned
Oh my
their
goodness,
dream
I'm
wedding
level
and Rogue,
10
after the
Gyat!
time string entanglement interrupted
God
their
damn.
dream wedding. To make up for the disruption, Gambit
Everyone
has
in this
planned
game
a
is so
honeymoon
fucking caked
full
up, I
of
can't.
surprises
At
for
this
Rogue.
point I can't, so many
But when
Gyats.
the journey leads to a world built by the elders of the universe, can their love survive the ultimate cosmic test?
Bro, I didn't know
For
they're
season
together!
Gambit joins Marvel Rivals. Gambit is a master strategist.
Cheesy wanna be the
blending
Rogue to my
kinetic
Gambit,
energy
baby
control
girl.
With his iconic playing cards, agile movement, and expert
I got
combat
rejected
skills
again.
to create a
Shit.
unique playstyle. In battle, he can combine his Colombian enhanced cards to unlock kinetic shifting to heal allies, cleanse negative effects, or deal damage, knocking back enemies.
Bro, it's crazy that he has
Applying
anti-heal, to be honest. It's
When
fucking
teammates
crazy.
needs help or foes rush
I was
in,
literally thinking
Gambit
about this
can
the other
channel
day, like,
energy into
why is there no fucking supports that can anti-heal? Like Ana, like, for example, in Overwatch, like, she has her nades, she can make them purple and heal at the same time, you know? And it's fucking goated, bro. This was I don't know. At least when I used to play, it was like, she was the most fucking strong support there, you know? I was an Ana main. Yup.
To his staff, using nimble movement
Ana
and
wanna
martial
video.
arts to take down threats.
I love
When
fucking Ana.
activating his ultimate ability, Gambit launches kinetic charged axes at all nearby allies, supercharging their jump abilities and adding
Holy fuck.
explosive power to their attacks. Season 5 also introduces a thrilling new mode, 18 vs 18, Conquest
What in the freak fuck,
Annihilation.
bro?
36 players will catch in the all-new Grand Garden map, promising epic chaos and unforgettable
This
fun.
is gonna be
This
fucking
mode
clown
goes live
fiesta.
after the update
Holy
on
day.
November 27th. We hope you enjoy it. We are also adding a placement
Sounds
system
fun, though.
to competitive mode starting in Season 5, with more details coming soon from Ziyong.
I'm kinda happy about placements, but I was gonna be more happy if there was like Roku or
Season
something.
5 brings you the grand debut
Not gonna lie.
of New York's Times Square. This is a long combat map that can host up to 100 players.
This is fucking crazy, bro.
Dance, watch videos, read books. and
Bro,
let your
imagine meeting the
imagination
love of
run
your
wild.
life in this fucking
We've
mode.
seen so many
This
fun,
is fucking
friendly
crazy.
meetups in the Doom match, Septem Sectorial map. So we wanted
They
to
never
keep
had
everyone
Roku. They said they're against it. Oh man, I guess I've missed that. I haven't heard about this. Man, I don't know. I like this on Overwatch at least. I don't know. Date mode, exactly.
dedicated space for socializing, relaxing, and sharing cool moments
Perfect for
outside of
trolling.
battle.
Hey yo Zrenix, what's up? How you doing?
Happy anniversary, Rivals! Season 5 marks the first anniversary of Marvel Rivals, a milestone for us.
Bro,
and for
how
all of you
is it
players.
1 year
After
already?
the November 27th
How the fuck?
update, you can join our anniversary event to earn 2,500 units and a free legendary Jeff costume.
Of course it's a
We
Jeff
are
skin,
also
of
rolling
course.
out a tier race
Bro,
package.
holy day, I saw this already, but oh my goodness, I have to be a magic main, guys. I have to. Like, who is that diva? Who the fuck is that diva, bro? Holy day. Slay Queen Pussy Boss. The Jeff skin looks crazy, yeah.
Exclusive anniversary costume.
Very yo.
from
Doing
Marvel
good, what about
Rivals
yourself?
South.
I'm good, thank you. Just watching that video and gonna hop on Arc Raiders today to chill because I fucking deserve it. Cause yesterday, me and Cheesy grinded fucking Rivals after work until like, I don't know, 1 or 2 a.m. Both on 4 hours sleep and we hit Celestial. Yup. Magic is cool as well, and why does the first character in here looks like some One Piece or Jojo Bizarre's character? I have no idea. I haven't watched both of those, but I mean I know how some characters look like from those animes. But yeah. Loki, it's kind of fire, to be honest. Ayo Maggie was good, Slay Queen! Thanks for the hydrate. I need that. Rio, you know what I'm talking about. It's giving Jojo vibe. Rio. Slay! Yeah, Magic skin is my favorite by far. Like, I was fucking crying about a pink skin in so long, and we finally get a pink fucking skin, bro. Honestly, I wish it was an Invis pink skin, but I mean, it's fine. Also, what is the middle skin? This one? I think it's Magic in her roads, no? Yeah.
Looks to community-inspired outfits and even cake party.
And
themed
holy fuck, Cywalk skin also fucking pink. Oh my goodness. Like, she has plenty of other good skins so far, but I don't mind a pink skin, hello? Fucking Venom is crazy, bro. Fucking Venom is crazy. What is this bug skin on Venom? I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Oh my goodness, they cooked with these skins. I swear to God, a Rio, like, finally some good fucking skins. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Costumes.
I think this is an Invis skin, no? Like, on the left. I'm not sure, though. This is Luna, the red one, but I don't know about this one. Bro, I wish it was pink. I wish it was pink. Why is it yellow? It's not giving cunt. It's not enough cunty, bro. This skin on Venom is crazy, Rio. Rio. Like, why does he have a skirt, bro? Help.
We hope you love them as much as we do.
I fucking love them.
This anniversary is a celebration of our journey together and the start of many more adventures ahead.
Weren't they talking about cross progression in like
Season 5
a few
also
patches
launches
ago?
our cross-platform progression feature. Huge thanks to
Anything a
everyone
woman can do, a
who
man can do as well.
tested this
True.
in Season
True.
4.5. Your feedback has helped us make Marvel Rivals better than ever.
He's giving more cum than fucking Invis, bro. How is that fair,
We are
though?
adding a new batch of
He's trying to be a diva,
accessories
Rio.
for Gambit, Human Torch, Magic, Mantis, Wolverine, Phoenix, Thor, Loki, Moon
These
Knight,
are cool as
and
fuck.
Star-
Who is gonna be this one with the black hair? I don't know. I just don't know the whole Marvel lore, so yeah, I kinda can't predict which one is gonna be this one.
Lord. All
I
available
fuck with
the
it.
Season 5 update.
For Wolverine, oh, I see.
Season 5 rotates in 10 new costumes and MVPs for verified college student players.
What?
If you are in college, make sure to verify with your school email and claim these awesome perks.
What the hell? But I'm not in college anymore. Help. Human Torch is having the one with Spideys. That's cool. Wait, I wanna see that. Wait, which one? Bro, I don't know. Oh, this one? I think, yeah, this one. In the middle, yeah. My friend recommended me to listen to a song. Ancestral from Steven Wilson. Wait, I will put it in my Spotify to listen later. Wait, why can't I find it? Hello? Putting it in my queue? Yeah, they've been had this. I have this right now. Yo, hey, yo, Dante, what's up? Yup. How you doing, stinker? My favorite fucking stinker. You fucking stink so much. You better take a shower today. You better take a shower today. It's a pretty nice song. I've listened to it earlier. Oh shit, thank you for recommending it then. I will check it out. Oh, I heard this AO and the ad started. I was saying you should take a shower today because you fucking stink.
And Star-Lord.
My favorite
All
stinker.
available with the Season 5 update. Season 5 rotates in 10 new costumes and MVPs for verified college student players. If you are in college, make sure to verify with your school email and claim these awesome perks.
Bro, that's crazy that they're making perks for college students.
After
It's actually
a lot of hard
pog as
work
fuck.
and a little health sacrifice from Zhiyu, we finally launched our first ever
Wait, I
hidden
have a
mode
question because
for
I haven't
Halloween.
played for the new Halloween titles from this mode. Do I have to play solo for them? Like, I'm really confused. I don't know. I just CBA have no time to do that, but I have to do it at some point. But I missed that you're a fucking stinker and you should shower, bro. That's what you missed. That's what you missed. I said it for the third time already. Yeah.
Marvel Zombies. This was a huge
Enjoying
challenge,
the amplifier.
especially with only 6 months
You don't
of
talk to me
development.
disgusting. No,
We
you.
pushed limits with over 200 zombies on screen and supercharged our heroes for an over-the-top superhero experience.
Honestly, at this fucking
This
Halloween
presented
event, I only
enormous
played Magic
challenges
and I
both
had so
technically
much fun. I don't
and
know
in
if
terms
Blade
of
is fun, but
gameplay
Magic
design.
is so fucking fun.
It's just the beginning. We know there's room to improve with a reused
Snail
map,
enjoyer? Bro, that's
only
you.
5
What do you
playable
mean?
heroes,
I don't
and
collect
just a
snail
few
for a
zombie
living.
types.
Blade
There
is
are
OP.
still bugs and performance
I even
tweaks
bought this
needed
fucking
too.
Magic skin just for
But
this
we've
mod,
seen
bro.
your
I got it for
enthusiasm
this
and
mod.
feedback, and we promise
Shit.
to keep investing in PvE, more heroes, more maps.
So she can serve
More things are
cunt
coming.
when I'm in
It
this
will
mod,
take
you know.
time, but next year, expect much more from us in this front. And now, I will hand it over to Zhiyong for updates on Season 5's team-up ability adjustments, balance changes, and details about the new competitive placement system.
Hey Rivals, it's me.
Hey,
Zhiyong,
hello.
Back again. Time really flies. Halloween is already behind us. And I hope you all found your own happiness, both in the game and out in the real world. The brand new Season 5 is just around the corner. And
The
it's a big
queer
one
meme
for
does
us
not exist,
because
maniac.
with your support, Marvel Rivals is celebrating its first anniversary.
Bro, like two or three, bro, I don't even know. Maybe yesterday or like some days ago, we had with Cheesy a guy that was named EOMM Agent like 600 something, alright? And bro was playing from his out account because he was bored basically on his main account. He's a support player. He played Venom in our ranked match, alright? He blamed me for losing. Probably because he heard my voice, not gonna lie, I don't know. Like, if I don't speak, I don't get blamed. If I speak, I get blamed. This guy's my arch nemesis. I hate people that lie straight in my face. Rio, bro. He looks like someone who would lie, to be honest. I don't know. Anniversary, didn't it come out 2 months ago? Nope. Bro, Dante, you should see the skins. They're fucking. They cooked with the skins. Oh my god, I'm already stuttering. Help. Luna Celestia 1 was learning Panther and crying about heals. Yeah, imagine being a Panther and not knowing where the health packs are at. Like, help. Fucking help. Show. Wait, I'm at like 6 minutes and 40. Where were the skins? Here. Look, bro. Fucking absolutely goated. Absolutely goated skins. And there is more weight. Oops. They're more for the gals out there, you know what I mean? Even though I feel like there will be a lot of divas, like, I don't know, slaying with those skins, even though, bro, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Yup. Feel like they pay them extra money to look at the camera soullessly. Bro, why do they look like that, to be honest? That's just game dev passive. What the fuck did they do to Venom, bro? I don't know. He just wants to match with all the other divas, alright? He wants to be one of them. Let him be, bro. Live, laugh, love. Why he has a budge to... He low-key does, though. What the hell? But not like fucking Magneto on that one fucking Battle Pass skin, bro. It's not the same. Hey, yo, Kuya! Twin was good. Long time no see. How you doing? Venom woke, so aware. He a diva for sure. Rio. Long time. Yeah. How you doing? How's life? How is the Marvel Rivals grind going for you? Love the energy. Why isn't this trade? Bro, what? I think I read like 2 sentences in one. Love the energy. I saw your stream title. Let's go. Why isn't we straight out of the circus? Because they know who's playing her. Yup. Wait, you're playing Arc Raiders? Yeah, I'm a noob there. I'm probably like... I think I'm below fucking level 10. I haven't played that much. What's the new patch? We're currently watching that. There is new skins, like a new mod so far, like some kind of like the new mod is like 18 versus 18 players, I think, or something like that. And there is gonna be also like something like a Doom match or like a Chew type of beat map. I don't know, like that's gonna be like 100 players inside, like e-daters and shit, you know. Dude, that's epic as fuck. Rio. This is gonna be a clown fucking fiesta. You're a noob in Marvel too, so it's fine. Bro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop lying. So give me Arc Raiders to stream snipe them. Just buy some CS cases and sell them. Just buy some cases, wait to the price to go up and sell them. I don't know. Or just, if you have some CS skin, just sell it. I don't know. I had like, I don't know, some kind of skin that costed like 40 euro, I think. And I just sold it and got Arc Raiders. Imagine the memes with 100% lobby Rio. It's gonna be good for content. Too late, man.
Hope
True.
you love them as much
Wait,
as we do.
we were at 640.
As Guang Guang mentioned earlier, we've prepared tons of new content, and we can't wait for you
Bro,
to
they
experience
look like
it all.
someone is holding a gun against them. Holding them hostages there to talk
Now,
about this.
let me walk you through what's changing with team-up abilities, balance adjustments, and major improvements to ranked.
Played CSGO, CS2 for 7 years, never had a knife, opened over 500 cases, never ever did I get anything other than pink. Man, I mean, I couldn't relate to that because I never really played CS, to be honest. That's cheesy right there. He has a lot of hours on CS. I just know he had like a very expensive knife. Like when he got it, it was not that expensive, but over the years it got really expensive. But bro had already sold it and he regrets that. I just know that. They're concentrating on the teleprompter. They're mad that Marvel does not allow them to add Captain China. Rip my butterfly fate. Factory new for $400 a real.
We've noticed many of you miss some of our classic team-up abilities, like Magneto's metallic fusion. So, in Season 5, we are bringing some back in new forms. We are also exploring ways to give a certain role more possibilities through team-ups. Gambit is the anchor of this team-up, charging Magneto's Great Wall with kinetic energy.
This is gonna be
when
absolutely
Magneto
goated.
activates this team-up ability, his primary attack is replaced by launching a kinetic charge Great Wall.
And Cheesy's getting more and more goated on Magneto. If I fucking learn Gambit, it's gonna be good shit.
Energy for a delayed second hit. Cloak and Dagger as the team-up anchor empower Hawkeye's Kanata
This team-up
with
is so
light
weird
and
to me.
dark energy. When Hawkeye uses his Crackson Slash, it knocks enemies back and fires a light and dark energy wave that passes through allies and enemies. It heals dark energy
did it
wave
heal?
Slash. It knocks enemies back and fires a light and
Oh my
dark
god, this is
energy
so
wave
fucking weird.
that passes through allies and enemies.
So
It
many
heals
heroes
and
can
buffs enemies
heal.
it hits, where
Hey yo
damage
YouTube, what's up? How you doing? I'm also anchor of team. Relatable. I know what you mean. Yes, an anti-hero. That's crazy, to be honest. I guess I was never destined to have skins in this shit game. I mean, it is what it is. I guess it's just luck, I guess. Hey, yo! Engineer, my goat! Let's go! Thank you for the raid, man! Appreciate it! How you doing? How was your stream? What did you guys play? Welcome in! I'm Cutie. Hey, hi, hello! I usually play Marvel Rivals, but we're currently watching the new patch notes and I'm probably gonna hop on Arc Raiders for a bit. Cause yesterday we hit a Celestial fucking finally at the end of the season. We always clutch that at the end of the fucking season. Like, I don't know how, I don't know why. And yeah, I think I deserve a little break right here to play some Arc Raiders. Is Arc Raiders good? I mean, it's fun for me. I haven't played it this much. I'm pretty much a noob still there. Like, I'm below fucking even level 10, but it's fun so far. How you doing, engineer? How did your stream go? I don't trust all the influencers who say it's amazing because they're getting paid low-key to sell the game. I mean, I've never played extraction games before, so maybe that's why I find it so fucking fun. I mean, it's not, like, extremely fucking fun. It's basically, like, for me, low-key, it is like a looting simulator. I don't know. I'm a loot goblin, so I enjoy it. Doing the new, thanks for asking. Nice, glad to hear that. What did you guys play? Thanks for the follows. Thanks, Acid Umu. Thanks, Mushroom. Oh my god, sorry, my English is really bad. I'm so fucking sorry. Can we give a shout out to Engineer Cheesy?
Yeah, I already did.
Oh, thank you. Acid is also a loot goblin. Let's go. Fucking W. Bro, you guys have not seen me in Apex fucking Legends, bro. Cheesy is fighting for his life while I'm fucking looting. This update is crazy real. Marvel is cooking. I mean, we kinda needed that since it lost so many fucking players. I was also fucking this close to uninstalling. I love your accent. Where is it from? I'm from Bulgaria. Thank you. I fucking hate it! They're keeping PV. Yeah. I think it's even gonna be more goated if they make more fucking PV mods because they're chill as fuck. Outlast, Trials, Marvel Rivals, Fortnite. Nice, bro. This sounds like a long fucking stream. Give me that loot. I'm a loot goblin too. While my friends are all getting killed, I'm looting all the chests. Exactly! Same. Internet fell down a cliff sadly. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Bro, you know, my internet still hasn't stopped while I'm streaming, like, once. Like, in a whole year, it never stopped while I'm streaming, so I hope it never happens. He's back now, so it's good. Nice. Where Cheesy? He vibing in the background like usual. Yup. He's just waiting for me. He's in Arc Raiders, waiting for me to finish that fucking video. Wait, engineer, have you seen the new patch notes? What do you think about them? They fucking cooked with that. You just jinxed it, bro. Shut up. Shut up. Respectfully, shut up. And yeah, I did one time. I disconnected like 3 times. It was not because of the internet though. It was like I figured out why it happened. It was basically because I had 2 game captures and my OBS kept crashing. Yeah. I don't know, but Romanian internet is supposedly one of the best internets in Europe. I think we have like, I don't know about Bulgaria to be honest. You're the second person I met from Bulgaria. Let's go! Parushva was her last name. Damn! Damn! Haven't seen new patch notes. Bro, they have amazing fucking new skins. There's gonna be... I'm summing it up for you so far what I've watched. They have really cute fucking new skins for Luna, Invis, Venom, Psylocke, Magic, Strange. And I think there were 2 more skins, but I forgot for who. There's gonna be a mode 18 players versus 18 players, and there's also gonna be another mode that's gonna be like something like the Doom matches, but a chill one that probably can be friendly also, with 100 players in it. Yup. And also there's gonna be ranked placements. And we're now watching about the team ups. I forget all the time the team up, so kinda can't sum this up. And probably I can't explain it that well, like fucking Guang. Remember when your cat broke your new cam? I mean, it didn't break, so lucky me, I guess. He said it was a very Bulgarian last name. Yeah, it sounds like a really Bulgarian last name, to be honest. This is cutie, she abuses her mods. Fucking lies. I just chain them in my fucking basement and give them beans for dinner. Yeah. Romania is 4th fastest internet in Europe. Bog you? You can't clone yourself by starting 2 OBS. Huh? I shall get my mod status one day. Rio. Bro, we have so many fucking mod wannabes so far. Fucking Regis, fucking Roger, and Engineer. But I think I know who's getting mod first, because they're both throwers, so it's gotta be Engineer, the next mod, because Regis and Rogers are fucking the occasional trollers. Remember Cookie did that to the camera? Yeah. It was a fucking clown fiesta. I like beans. You do what? Yeah, CBA, we don't talk about this. Sign me up for mod. Fuck yeah, hell yeah. Okay, I'm continuing this shit.
Anti-heal to enemies.
You do what?
Moon Knight is the anchor here.
VIP mod, exactly
Blade
what
and
I'm
Moon
trying
Knight
to
team
say,
up.
to be honest.
Conscious power blesses and protects Blade. Activating the team up
You
ability
put them in
lets
the
Blade dash
basement.
forward.
Yeah, give them beans, like, you know, holding them hostages there, so they mod for me for free. You know, that way I don't have to pay them anything. Shit. Beans, snails, and a beating in that order. Bro, don't expose me like that! Hello? We in UK or something? I don't have a basement, to be honest. She makes us sit with her in the same room and she kinda stinky. Bro, what do you mean? That's you though.
Slashing enemies with the sword of Dracula. At the end of the dash, Blade unleashes several quick sword
Holy
strikes.
fuck. Ain't no
At
way.
the end of the dash, Blade unleashes several quick sword strikes.
Bro, he
Each
fucking
launching
deleted
a
that.
moon blade
He
projectile
fucking deleted that. I'm
bounces
gonna
and
be
damages
deleted
enemies.
if this guy is not banned every single game.
Lunar phones and Operation Microchip are being retired. Magneto is being removed from mental projection. And Hawkeye is out of cheering assault. Primal Flame is
So no
seeing
more
the
freezing
addition of
arrow.
Black Widow. Black Widow's bullets can now be empowered by Phoenix Force, letting her switch
What the hell?
between regular and Phoenix bullets in combat.
Bro,
Phoenix
why do
bullets
so
kill
many
allies and
DPSs
damage
get
enemies
a
in
fucking
an area,
heal right now?
but can't
They
crit
can fucking
against
heal.
enemies.
She's fucking useless, so they make her heal, bro. Holy fuck.
As
No, but they're
season 4.5
so
comes
really rarely a good widow, to be honest.
to a close, all the ongoing balance changes and new team-up abilities have really shaken up the meta. First off, with Ultron and Human Torch getting nerfed, battles
Thanks
shifted
God.
from vertical, high-flying skirmishes to more intense ground combat. This made it a bit
Windows be
easier
shit,
for
Rio.
players to process information during matches. But with Angela and Daredevil
Holy
joining
fuck,
the
I hate
roster,
Andrea.
there's
I
now
fucking
a
hate
bigger
Andrea.
emphasis on awareness, teamwork, and positioning. Team comp diversity was up this season, with buffs to Jeff and Venom's ultimates, and the new team-up ability for Hela and Nemo. Lineups built
Yeah, this
around
season was
Venom,
something.
Jeff, Hela, and Hela Nemo have become some of the hottest picks. The triple strategist lineup is still holding strong, even after Ultra's nerf, with Adam, Mantis, and Jeff as key picks. For
Is that how you pronounce Adam's name? I always called him Adam. He called him Adam. Adam? This isn't gonna be crazy, Rio. One day J-Fold will heal his teammates, mark my words. It already does, Rio, it already does. He, like, when he ults, he leaves this fucking circle behind that heals if you're inside it. No, you pronounced it right. Why does he call him Adam? Hello? Bro doesn't know the heroes of his game.
Emma Frost and Magneto are still the backbone of many teams, and Doctor Strange's buff Maelstrom of Madness has made him a solid choice. Venom, Captain America, Angela, Penny Parker, and Groot also stay competitive. Among duelists, Phoenix and Black Panther are no longer as dominant
Thanks
after
fucking
several
God.
rounds of adjustments, while Hela is back in the spotlight.
I hated playing against fucking
Star-Lord,
Panthers.
Psylocke, Nemo, Winter Soldier, and Moon Knight have all been performing well. The new hero Daredevil, along with Iron Fist and Magic, have also stood out this season.
I haven't played
With
against
flying
that many
heroes
good
taking
magics,
a
to be
backseat,
honest.
Duelist picks were more varied
This
and
season, at
flexible
least.
than ever. And for strategists, Jeff, Invisible Woman, and Mantis continue to shine. Whether it's Jeff providing flanking pressure and support, or
Love
Invisible
Invis.
Woman and Mantis
I love
leading
her.
the charge, strategists
I
are
wanna
now
learn
playing
Mantis
a
as
bigger
well.
role in breaking through enemies' lines and helping their teams succeed. Beyond the standout heroes from Season 4.5, we are also keeping a close eye on the rest of the roster and have plans for more adjustments in Season 5. First, we will be giving most Vanguards a boost in team utility, making their roles more balanced and versatile. This includes upgrades for heroes like the Thing.
The biothink is
Hawk,
also Adam and Eve. And it's pronounced Adam, no? True, I think. Adam? I don't know. I also don't know, to be honest, how is it pronounced. Adam? Bro. I think it's first one. I'm also not sure.
Penny Parker, and Captain America,
Also,
expanding their value to the team.
they're getting
For
buffed.
example,
Oh my
Captain
goodness,
America's
fucking the
ultimate
Hulk buff
will
is gonna
now have
fucking cook
allies
me the next
charge their
season.
own ultimates faster, and teammates will be able to heal while on Penny Parker's
I mean, I'm
side.
happy about Penny
When it
fucking
comes
buff
to
because
duelists,
it's gonna be
we've
good against
noticed that
divers
heroes
again,
like
no?
Wolverine and Spider-Man have been struggling a bit, so they will be getting buffs this season. Wolverine will become more
There will be
threatening to
Spideys
Vanguard,
again, pulling me
while
out from the
Spider-Man's
map.
combos will feel
Yuppie!
smoother and more consistent.
Yuppie!
For strategists, Loki is getting a target boost to keep him competitive within his
Yeah, I
role.
haven't seen Loki.
And Cloak and
in a really
Dagger
long
will
time.
see their survivability slightly improved.
He's pretty much dead, I guess.
This isn't all. There are plenty more balance updates coming, so be sure to check out our upcoming balance patch notes.
It's
We will
Adam.
also be releasing the Season
Apparently.
4.5 hero pick
Oh,
and
shit.
win race very soon.
Thank you for educating me. No, like... Adam?
In Season 5, we've made a series of
I don't know.
improvements to rank play based on your feedback, including placement matches, team size adjustments, and reward changes, all aimed at creating a better experience. With placement matches, your rank will no longer reset.
It's like the letter that includes an A and E intertwined, kinda. I don't know how to pronounce it. Like if I hear someone say it, it's gonna be easier.
To a fixed tier each season. Instead, you will play 10
Why did they
placement
make it
matches
10
in
though?
competitive mode
10
each
fucking
season
matches,
to
bro.
determine your starting rank. When participating in the
I don't know how
placement
much
matches, you will
matches
be
you have to
assigned
do on
an
Overwatch,
initial
to be
rank
honest. Don't
based on
remember.
a conversion of your rank at the conclusion of the previous season. Since Season 5.0 marks the transition to this new system, your initial rank for placements will be determined by taking
curious
into
about these
account
placement
your
matches?
highest rank from Season 0 to 3
I'm also kind of
and your
curious. I
final
just
rank from
hope,
Season 4.
because there was they were talking something about 4 stacks and 6 stacks. I hope you don't get matched against fucking 6 stacks in placements, or like, I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna work, to be honest.
Please note that this isn't just a straight carryover of your highest rank, but rather a balanced calculation. If you don't have an eligible previous rank, you will be treated as a new player, and the system will assign you a starting rank for placements.
Hey, engineer,
After your
thank you
10
so much.
placement matches, your results, along with your initial calculated rank, will decide your starting position for the new season. The more matches you win, the closer you will be to your previous season's rank. If you go undefeated, you can even place higher. Each season, you only need to complete 10 placement matches. If you finish them in the first half of the season,
Just watch how Guang Guang will be sending the EOMM agents in all of your placement matches. Mark my words.
you will keep the rank in the second half.
And you end up like
If
placing
you
in
don't
like
complete
gold or something.
placements in the first half, you will need to finish them in the second half to qualify for rank rewards. We've made improvements to team queue size. If everyone in your team is Grandmaster rank or below, you can queue as 2, 3, 4, or even 6 players. However, if anyone in your team is Celestial, Eternity, or top 500, your team size will be kept at 2 players.
Oh damn.
You can team up for placement matches, but if anyone
So
in your team
basically, EU Hell will be even more EU Hell. Cause like before Celestial, you can get matched, I guess, against 6 stacks. Fucking amazing, amazing. Like, what if you're duo and you have a 4 stack on your team, but the enemy is 6 stack? We're gonna get cooked because they'll probably have played a lot together, so their communication would be better. Damn, I have a big exam in just almost 6 months. Oh damn, oh damn. Did you start studying for it? Bro, honestly, I've always studied for my exams at the last fucking minute. Always with that shit. Yesn't? Shit. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope I wish you a good luck on that. If I forget about it and I don't wish you a good luck then, yeah, pre-firing that shit.
hasn't finished their placements, you can only queue as up to 3 players. If multiple restrictions apply, the strictest rules will take effect. For example, if you have 1 player in placement matches and 1 as Celestial rank, your team can only queue as a duo.
That's not an issue because me and Cheesy always do.
First, gold rank costume rewards will work just like before.
If we make it to
If
Celestial,
you
you know.
reach gold and play 10 matches in Season 5.0, you will receive your reward when Season 5.5 launches. If you don't meet the requirement in Season 5.0, you can still earn it by reaching gold and playing 10 matches in Season 5.5, and you will receive 2 costumes at the end of the season. This system will continue in future seasons. Next, for nameplate frames and Crest of Honor, these rewards will no longer be split between the first and second half of each season. Instead, there will be just one set of rewards for the entire
honestly
Season
don't care
5,
this much about this.
distributed after Season 5.5 ends. As long as you meet the rank and match requirements, this means that there will be only one set of nameplate, friends, and Crest of Honors per season moving forward. Season 4.5 rewards won't be affected and will be distributed as usual. We hope these changes Along with placement matches, we reduce the pressure of grinding for high ranks and give you more flexibility.
There
in
was a lot
planning
of
your
fucking
plan.
pressure. The game
There
was
are
not
a
fun,
lot
it
of
was
rank changes
stressful.
in this season, especially with the new placement system. So be sure to check our upcoming updates notes for all the details. Ignite the battle.
Ignite the battle. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, they cooked with the fucking art. Like, art team, fucking W. Yeah, W fucking art team. I'm happy about this. Low-key excited. I'm not uninstalling, so that's something, you know? Yeah. Maybe I'll feel more happier with the game in the next season. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. Let me read chat and I'll have to turn on Arc Raiders and I have to like add it on OBS because I don't have it added. And yeah, we can start gaming. Start the gaming.
Do you want me to change your game category?
In a second.
Okay.
It's called Baccalaureate. I can't pronounce this shit, bro. Yo, how do you pronounce that? A big exam after graduating high school in Romania. It's Maturi in Bulgaria, Rio. Rio, makes sense. Whether you're gonna study in uni, have you decided? It's called... Bro, I can't pronounce the word, I'm sorry. Also known as the exam of maturity, so I suppose that's where Maturi also came from, or the other way around. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Applied informatics and computers in a bigger city than the one I currently live in. Fucking W, that's fucking pog as fuck. Congrats. That's a good choice. That's a good choice, in my opinion. Sorry for the late reply, I'm blessed, thanks. How are you doing, Queen? Man, it's fine, I got you. I'm glad you're doing good. Wait, I'm gonna throw up, I'm sorry. I'm great as well. We just watched the new fucking patch notes for Marvel Rivals and they fucking cooked with it, so I'm kinda happy about this. And we're gonna hop on Arc Raiders in a second. You pronounced it right? Really? I did? Absolutely mocked. I can never get tired of hearing you talk. Let's go. You sound great. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'm really thankful I don't hear myself that much, like, cause I fucking hate it. Thank you very much for the shout out, QT. I got you. Guys, if you still haven't checked out Engineer, he's the absolute gold. He's really funny guy and really supportive, so you better support him. Go and check him out. I'm gonna throw up, I'm great as well. I'm sorry. I just ate some fucking pizza and I have like... How is kyseliny in English, cheesy? I don't hear you. You're muted.
It's like acid reflux or something. I don't know.
Yeah, this kind of thing. So I'm kinda fucking burping. Hope that Daredevil got nerfed. I think he doesn't get nerfed. If I'm not mistaken. Hold up, why is there a hamster gif or something in the chat before what I wrote? Wait, where? Oh, cause when you type wait, it's an emote. Cheesy put some new fucking emotes. That's why. We could listen to you up to infinity and still turn in. Let's go! And that's why I fucking love you, you bitches, you sexy bitches. Yeah. My fucking goats. That's pro throw up. Oh, yup. It's from 7TV, extension for Twitch chat. Yup. Cheesy just updates it like regularly and adds new fucking emotes. So he basically stalks what you guys type mostly in chat and he adds emotes. So yeah, it's funnier like this, you know? Mofu climbing on walls and tears my ass up. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. He's so fucking annoying to deal with, like... And whenever you come, yeah, there's a Didi behind, there's a Daredevil behind, like no one turns around. Also, thank you for telling me your opinion on what I chose as my uni choice. Man, I got you. You didn't ask for it, but I gave it anyways. No, because I had like a really dumb fucking degree in university that I'm probably never use, so I think it's really important to choose something that you like. And not like get pressured by parents or some shit and choose something shitty. Yep. Wait, that's the song that you recommended. Sounds chill. Sounds chill. What you graduate in? Degree? Honestly, I don't know how to explain it in English. Wait, let me think. Cheesy, how do I explain what I...
It's like regional economics or something.
Yeah, something like this. And it's fucking boring.
Business administration bullshit.
And I never went to university and I somehow graduated. Like, I just studied a little bit for the exams. I never went to lectures or anything. And I'm thinking about getting a master's degree in something that I like, but I still don't know what. Like, I'm so fucking lost, I don't know. Don't know what I wanna do with my life. Is a song I recommended. I kinda like it. Gonna put it in like songs. Thank you. Thank you for the song recommendation. Left so many matches recently on quick play because the lack of common game sense I've seen from players is shocking. But I mean, isn't there the... In quick play is the place that you can learn heroes and shit. So... I don't mind people throwing there. It's just, please don't throw in my ranked games! Holy fuck. I understand we have that in Romania too. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting, really boring. I don't know who willingly goes and studies that. I hear myself, cheesy. Mute, please. Is it the right way? Imagine going to uni. Bro, I mean, if it was something that I like and enjoy, I would probably go. It was just, I got, listen, some cutie lore here. I'm dropping the fucking lore, alright? So, basically, back in 2020, I was streaming again. For the first time ever, streaming again. I was playing Apex Legends, alright? And I wanted to be serious about this shit, but I was still living with my mom, alright? And it was basically me and my ex-fucking boyfriend living at my mom's apartment, living in my room on the PC 24/7, me streaming, him watching me stream, and my mom paying the rent, the bills, and the food for both of us. Alright? My mom got tired of this shit. Understandable, because my boyfriend was unemployed. And I was as well, because I was thinking about streaming and not working for the first time, for the first year of uni. So I basically started streaming. I got this fucking huge raid by a Apex player. And my mom kicked me out. My mom kicked me out. And I stopped streaming after the fucking raid. Yeah. I mean, I understand her though. Like, she got tired of those freak fucks that were living in her apartment rent-free. But yeah, low-key, she feels bad about this because, she sees me streaming right now, and she sees that I'm passionate about this shit and I wanna do that shit. And she's like, yeah, maybe I should have let you stream, you know? Because, like, I told her so many times I hate what I fucking got as a degree. Because I basically got it because of her. She made me... Like, I wanted to take a gap year even to think about what I wanna do. But I didn't, because she wanted me to study something, like, immediately. So... Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, that sucks on a rate. You're also doing well streaming. I'm proud of you. Thank you, engineer. I appreciate it. You're doing well in streaming though. Man, thank you guys. That's why I keep going. Like, there's some days that I feel like I suck. Like, I have some days that I'm really low energy and I'm really not up for the stream and my stream sucks. But there's some days that it's absolute fucking clown fiesta and it's so fucking fun. I just can't be a clown all the time, I guess. I don't know. Everyone has those days. That day was yesterday for me. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope today was better. Keep up the grind, don't give up. Thank you, man. I fucking love you guys. My fucking goals. Yeah. Wait, let me prepare the game so we can hop on. Cause Cheesy's been waiting for me for an hour in the fucking lobby. Yeah. You can do it. Thank you, Acid. Thank you so much. If you saw me yesterday, you have said that I was sleeping while working and while doing classes and stuff. Oh man. Are you sleep deprived? Sleep is really important. Coming from me is really wild, but it is really important. I was also on like 4 hours sleep yesterday at work. And holy fuck, it was really bad. As here is my beautiful other house. She also streamed with me. Let's go. I'm so proud of you guys. Bro, that's so fucking cute. I literally slept 8:30 hours the night before yesterday. 8 hours is good as fuck. Like I think 7 and 8 hours sleeping is real nice. I think my game is too loud. Wait, let me turn it down. Shit, where are the settings? Okay, let me put it on main screen. You guys are gonna see a black screen for a little bit. Until I do this shit. Arc Raiders. Let's go. Hey, yo, Priest, what's up? How you doing? Yes, it's good, but I was so freaking tired the whole day yesterday. I mean, understandable. Like, sometimes, even if you sleep enough hours or even oversleep, you feel like shit, which I do not get. I don't understand that shit. I literally don't. I don't know. Like, some weekends I sleep like 12 hours straight, bro. And I feel like shit after. I don't know why, but I think my brain is used to be overactive. Like, when I don't do anything much at high school, I'm really tired the whole day. And when I'm doing stuff at high school, I'm good, not tired at all. I mean... that kinda makes sense, because if you have things to do, you have to think about stuff, and you have to physically do stuff, you get, like... you're using energy, bro. I don't know. Maybe workouts would help. Cause, like, gym fucking helps to not feel like shit, you know? Even if you're tired, you go to the gym, you do a workout, and you feel better as soon as possible. Coming from me, wild again, because I haven't worked out in like 2 months probably. Oh my goodness, this is so bad. Fine, what about you? Still getting used to using iPad? Let's go. Wait, I forgot. Why did you get an iPad? You told me last time, but fucking goldfish memory. I'm good as well, thank you. Just gonna play some Ark Raiders today. Hey, yo, Cheesy.
Listen to me now. Are you listening?
Yeah?
First, check if the audio is going to the VOD. Most important.
Wait. How did I check that?
Advanced audio settings and see.
Where is that? Where?
In OBS.
Settings. Audio. Advanced. What? What in advanced?
No.
No? Where?
The little icon before your audios.
Okay.
Please search for advanced things. There is a little button. Advanced audio properties. You see it
Wait.
next to the three dots. Below your audio mixer.
Wait. But I don't see advanced.
It's called advanced audio properties.
Bro, let me share my screen because it's not gonna work
Audio
like this.
mixer, bro. Next to your sources.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I didn't read that, sorry. Shit. Now what?
What is your game? Where is your game?
My game is...
You're on desktop, bro. Go on main screen.
Oh my god, wait. Wait.
See if it goes to second audio pad.
Game is on only second audio pad.
Okay.
Should it be on first as well? My mic is on first,
no,
second.
no. Only on second. The other thing, turn off the ranks from Marvel and move your cam to the right.
Wait. I'm not gonna move it to the right.
Move it. You're
No.
your inventory is gonna be hidden, bro. Move it to the
Oh,
right. You just get it and drag it, the whole thing.
wait. But I'm gonna be looking at...
It's fine.
No, how do I not move it up and down?
You can't, bro.
No, I'm gonna fuck it up.
Just move it.
No! I'm gonna be looking at nothing.
Wait, but remember the numbers.
No, but like my
Bro, just copy the source and make a new one for your right camera. Copy
Wait.
the whole
I'm sorry, guys.
the whole main screen. Just copy it.
Give me a second. Okay. The bad thing is my alerts are on the right side.
Yeah, fuck it. Move them as well.
Oh my goodness, should have done this before the stream. Shit.
But there is a gap now.
Ah, there is gonna be a gap. Yes.
No.
There you go. There is no gap now.
Move the alerts in the middle when you are ready.
Alerts. Wait. Try again, but when I saw you, I felt something I never felt. Oh, my love, if you treat me right, baby, I'll give you everything. Okay, I think I did it. Alright. I got myself an iPad 9 old model, but does the job. I like to move it. Yup. But what did you get it for? I think you told us last time, but I'm not sure. It's complete opposite though. When I do a hell a lot of stuff at high school, I'm not tired at all. Bro, Cheesy, I hear myself. When I do hell a lot of stuff at high school, I'm not tired at all.
Say it nicely now. Say it
I
nicely.
can't. I get annoyed, bro.
I don't care, bro. It's not my fault.
It's your fault for not
Say it
fixing your
nicely.
mic.
No, there is nothing
Yes.
to be fixed. It's not fixable.
It's
You're screaming 1 feet away from me, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Say it nicely. Just say cheesy mute.
Cheesy Sama, please mute senpai.
Okay.
Evil. Help. When I do hell a lot of stuff at high school, I'm not tired though. When I don't do anything much at high school, I'm tired as fuck. I mean, like some days you're just tired for no fucking reason when you don't do anything. But I don't know. I can't relate to this, like, I don't know. If it's regularly, if it's always like this, I don't know. What game is this? It's Ark Raiders. Cheesy, also, can you change category if you haven't? Oh, you have.
I did it
Thank you,
like
thank you.
half an hour ago.
Thank you. Studying for the final exam, public law science. Nice. I hope you ace this shit. Good luck on the exam. Alright, so now cheesy. Wait, let me see if I have done everything that I should have last time. So I have here nothing. Nope. Let me see my inventory. Oh my god, guys, last time we played, me and Cheesy, I got us killed by fucking robots. By the arcs. Cheesy, can you please mute? Thank you. Hey, yo, Roger. Hi, hello. How you doing? Drop everything. Everyone needs to know what I ate today. Please ask. Hey, yo, Roger Sama. Hey, hello. What did you eat today? Did you poop today? Did you say I love you to your mom today? Did you? I don't know. What did you drink today? Yeah. So basically last time I got me and Cheesy killed by arcs. Because I shot at one arc that I thought is a small one. It ended up being a big one. And I had like a blue weapon for the first time and we got killed. And we lost everything. Everything, yeah. My character is sweet home, not some hoe like a low-key drug abuser kappa. But you can't do this here, no? What'd you eat? I ate today, some pretzels for a snack, like some mini fucking pretzels. I had coffee, I had a Coke, this is my second Coke, and I ate some pizza before stream. Bro, I haven't eaten anything today, to be honest. Only these fucking pretzels and pizza. The game isn't good then. I ate potato Swedish meatless meatballs and gratzos plus linguberry jam. Bro, what? I have no idea what you just said. And what are meatless meatballs? Some vegan shit? That we talked one time about? I'm not sure. You better eat. I actually overate with this pizza. I'm really full right now. Lingum, what? Same. Bro, you are racist? No, I'm not. What do you mean racist, bro? Please tell me you didn't make me say some racist shit just now. Yeah, fuck that vegan shit. Boneless boner. Real food and meat. What is la lingonberry? I also don't know. Racist against vegans? How the hell can you not know what? Bro, don't make me Google this shit. I'm gonna Google it. Wait, I'm Googling it. I'll show you. Let's see what this shit means. Sharing my screen. I think... Bro, Cheesy, how are these called in Bulgaria?
What?
This.
Chipka, no?
What?
Chipka.
Oh. You sure? I kinda like tea from that. Berry jam is an essential in the fridge. I think I never had a jam out of that. Let me take it to school right now. Yeah, we're not having a science class again, talking about green fucking poop again, or things like that. I just didn't know that name for it. Same. They're cranberries, no? It looks like this to me as well. Honestly, I don't mind anything. Like, I don't mind people being vegan. I don't mind people... I don't know. I don't mind. Like, I'm minding my own fucking business. Like, if you're not doing anything bad to me, slay queen, you do you. It's Merisoare in Romanian. I have no idea how to read those. What's Gratzas? Wait. Let me copy that shit and see, but wait, let me find where Roger said it, because he typed it differently. Wait, I'm always scared when Roger says something to not be something bannable. What is that? Was ist das? Alright, I don't know what is this. I just mix English and German, help. I need it in English, hello? No. Cream sauce. What if I type it like this? Cream sauce traditionally served with Swedish meatballs. So it's basically a sauce, right? Hmm. Yes, alright. But what kind of sauce is that? It looks yummy as fuck, to be honest. Not gonna lie. Yup. I know what my favorite cream is. I know what my favorite cream is. Cheesy. Cheesy.
Yeah,
I know what my favorite cream is.
good job.
Bro, ask me what is it.
No.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You mess English and German. Do you know that the Arbeit macht frei? Huh? No, I don't know. We all can guess, Kappa. You said fuck you, and then that came and broke the day. I'm sorry. Freak fuck outs. Go to IKEA, it's always like in IKEA. Bro, I haven't been in IKEA in so fucking long. It's probably been like... Bro, when was I last in IKEA? I don't know. 5 years ago? I don't know. I haven't been there because it's far away and we don't have a car yet. We don't have driver's license yet, so CBA going. Oh my goodness. Cheesy, you have to throw slipper at me.
Bro,
Yeah.
Bro, I almost. I really tried to hit you this time.
Yeah, thanks God you didn't because I was gonna fuck you up. Fuck you up. Almost. All I want for Christmas is Regis. Yo. Shit. Bro, I just went off full cam. Wait. Me over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Almost hit his can of fucking coke and spilled that shit. And spilled that shit. It just flew right above your chair, but it was almost there. Oh shit. Get the same slipper. Oh. It's actually my slipper. He just gave it back to me, I guess. Okay. Wait. I think it's time, guys. I've been yapping for 1 hour and 35 minutes. I think it's about time to start the looting simulator. What do we think about that? Wait. I'm waiting. Thank you, Zrenix. Appreciate that. Oh my goodness, you guys are so nice to me today. Like, you care about me so much today. You make me drink so much water, because I don't usually. Actually, today, I have only had like coffee and coke. Holy fuck. Good shit. Oh my goodness. Hey yo Mojave, what's up? How you doing? Can I get mod first? Cheesy, what do we think about that? I think chat should vote, but like I think Regis, I think when the whole chat is here, we should vote if Roger should get mod. Water is tasty, right? Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Water is tasty. So, I need you guys to tell me if the game is loud enough. Because I think it's not. Maybe like this. Or maybe more. Maybe more. I always play on 50. I hope it's good like this. Cheesy.
Yeah.
I think I only have to get some ammo and I'm ready. Wait, I think I crafted last time. Where is ammo? How much ammo do you carry with you?
Depends on what weapon you're playing with.
I'm playing Rattler.
Medium ammo? Yeah, I got like
It goes but
stacks.
yeah, it's really fast. Like I should craft another stack then. And I also gonna try to play with this Peru fucking weapon. I haven't tried it. Which is with heavy ammo. Have you tried it?
Which one? Pharaoh, yeah, it's good. It's like sniper.
Also, one stack is enough. It's only 40 bullets in it though.
Yeah.
Wait, let me craft some more medium ammo and I'm ready to go. And oh shit, you know what? I don't have any rechargeable shields, which is really bad. And
Craft some,
I
bro.
can't.
Buy some.
Where do you buy those from?
A vendor. Wait, go to your benches. I think you can craft, no?
No, I don't have the things that I need.
Here.
I don't have arc power cell.
Maybe disenchant something for it.
I don't know what.
Oh no, I don't know, I don't know.
How come y'all don't have driver's licenses? Well, Cheesy started when he graduated, I think, but didn't finish the courses or whatever it's called. And me, personally, I never started them because I was really anxious, and I still am. I still am. I feel like I'll be a really bad driver. I feel like I shouldn't be driving, but me and Cheesy are gonna be trying. Like, I will be trying, but Cheesy is gonna... Basically, we're gonna be taking driver's license courses soon. Yup. Yup. Okay, got it. Yup. Yup. What's the monetization they use for the game? I have no idea. Let's go, just gonna bring in the bot accounts to make sure we get the right righteous result. Holy fuck, Roger. I'm gonna fuck your sister. Sister feaster. Got mine last year in September. Nice. Bro, I feel like it's not that scary that I imagine it to be. I'm just a really anxious person, so that's why I'm so fucking scared of that shit. So what do I fucking disenchant to get this shit? If I recycle this, what do I get? Arkawoy. And what do I need? I needed something else. Arc power cell. Bro, I can't get this shit. I basically... Jeez, I don't think I can get arc power cell if I disenchant blue things because it's blue. The arc power cell is blue. So I'm kinda cooked. I have no heals. If you can get more and drop me some, I can get you something else to heal if you want. Do you wanna?
No, I'm good, I'm good. I've got one Raider's hatch key. I'm gonna just run Anvil pistol.
I have that. I have like this fucking key, but we're gonna use it later in the game, right?
Yeah, leave it for now. You ready?
No, I don't have heals. Wait. I don't know what to take, bro.
Bro, just take bandages, shooter charges.
I have only one bandage, bro.
And grenades.
I have
Have
only
them,
sterilized bandages.
and they're better. Take them.
Okay. Should I take the defibrillator that revives down raiders?
No,
No?
that's for the enemy. Bro, we're gonna play the duels into 3 lobby, bro. We're gonna get fucked.
It's fine, bro. What are the missions?
Pharaohs are basic.
Fireball turret.
We've
Fuel
been trying to
depot.
crack open those crates for ages, but so far, all of our attempts...
If you run out of bullets, there's often ways to
What is a
improvise.
fireball burner?
Yeah, we need to kill those balls on the ground with the fire.
Oh,
They drop fireball, so we need to kill one, get its loot, and kill another with the same. I don't know, bro.
the fuck?
It's like a grenade.
I also have something that I've never used before, like a barricade kit. So
Yeah, I saw those.
I'm getting it. I'm taking it with me.
It's like making a wall, like Fortnite.
Oh. Why is Fortnite in every single game?
I don't know.
Get the bandages. Me on the other side, I love driving. I also have a driver's license. My brother's 29 and he has a driver's license, but he doesn't drive because he doesn't like driving despite not having any problems with it. I feel like I'll be like this as well. I'll prefer being the passenger princess and Cheesy driving me around. Fortnite gang. Okay, I am ready, Cheesy. Wait, let me accept you. Alright. I am ready. I am so ready. Okay. I'll probably suck ass with this weapon, but I'm taking it. And I'm still confused. What should I recycle in game, bro? So fucking good. Wait, let me check. Cheesy sent me some fucking links with from Reddit shit, like the things that you should recycle and should not recycle. Bro, you Cheesy, you have no idea how many of those I recycle, the one that you need for quests.
Yeah, but if you had a lot of them, we're gonna get more of them.
True. Fortnite is everywhere, literally. Fortnite is every game, and every game is in Fortnite. Every anime is in Fortnite. Every movie is in Fortnite. Every rapper is in Fortnite. Real. I've never played. Like I've played a little. Like when. Oh my god! I can't speak. Help! Help! I played Fortnite for a really short period of time when it released. Yeah. Yeah. And it was so fucking way different than now. I played it for some season but got bored of it and it went bad. I mean, makes sense. I just really liked Apex Legends at the time and I played a lot of Apex Legends. Cheesy, I pressed ready but you're not ready.
I'm ready. You ready?
Yeah, but I kinda can't look at the Reddit thingamajig because my second monitor is OBS, so I don't know what to recycle and shit. Bada bim bada boom. Played a lot of League as well from like 2020 to this year in the beginning or so. I mean, League is really addicting, so it's really understandable. I feel like my game is really loud. I hope it's not. If it's really loud, I'll turn it down. Yeah, it's loud. Wait, I will turn it down.
What is from OBS?
From OBS? No, it's loud in my ears as well.
Shani speaking. Remember, Raider, if you stumble upon a
I
crate,
think like
deliver it to a
this
field depot so we can
should be
try to
fine.
crack it open.
I think it's loud again.
Yeah, bro, shoot, let them know where we are.
Shut up. We have nothing yet, so if we die, it's whatever. Where do we go now?
Where did we need to go? We need to go to a field depot.
Yeah, where is that?
No idea, bro.
What the fuck? I have no idea on this map. Put it a little louder than your microphone. Wait. Maybe like this. Just sounds cheesy to save your life. I'm not selling him. We're gonna get fucked by people who are not gonna be friendly anyways.
Yeah, just scream, don't shoot, we're friendly. They're gonna respect the
Okay.
Because if they hear my Russian accent, we're dead.
What is that?
I don't know, bro.
Was is
Thing
das?
is behind me.
Behind you? Don't scare me, bro.
Take this Mulan thing. Herbalism.
Oh shit! Gotta go now. Have a good stream. Have fun. Take care. Catch you next time. Hey, Ozrenix, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for the support. Good talk. Good talk. I enjoyed the talk. Take care. Sleep well. And have a great rest of the night. I'll see you around. I hear something cheesy. What do I hear? Why is this shit growling? Bro, cheesy, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna get us killed.
I
Holy
think it's
fuck.
from this thing, bro.
What the fuck, bro? This sounds like cheesy when he's sleeping.
What do you mean?
Ah!
Bro, stop screaming.
I can't, bro. I can't climb. I'm not a good Fortniter.
Hey, don't shoot!
Oh my god. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, can we go and loot?
Bro, I'm searching. I don't know where to loot, man. I don't know. This is not this too. I'm not familiar
But
with
what
stuff.
is the point of opening that? What you opened there? What did you loot from there?
I don't know. Some mark shit.
Oh.
It's fine, bro. I got 22 minutes to look around. It's just an expedition, you know?
I'm slow. Ugh.
We're looking for a few depot, bro. I can't see that shit on the map, so...
I also. It's not on the map, bro. What if it's on the other map? We can queue up for 2 maps, right?
Oh yeah, we need to go to the other map to pick up things for the chicken.
Oh, the chicken.
Yeah, we need to upgrade it more. Oh, here we can loot something.
Bro, I also wanna have a chicken as a pet, bro. What the hell? Imagine having cookie and a chicken at the same time. This is gonna be a clown fucking fiesta. It's never gonna be boring, bro. Can you climb this? No.
Oh, I got something. Battery. I need to put this somewhere.
Bro, there is nothing here. There's absolutely nothing here to loot.
I'm looting.
I can't find anything lootable. Oh. I'm carrying something.
Machines outside.
I am carrying something.
Yeah, we need to put it somewhere, but I don't know where.
But bro, this shit's heavy, bro.
Yeah, leave it. I don't know where to put it, bro.
Fuck this shit. I saw something lootable here. Hmm.
I'm looting. If you hear steps, it's not me.
Bro, don't scare me.
Why?
Bro, what? What?
I got a blueprint.
Shit, bro, shut up. Don't scare me.
Bro?
I'm opening something. Breaching. Bro. Arcoy, that shit important. Recycling this. I hope it's something you should recycle. I don't know. No, I don't want to. Help! Don't shoot, bro! Bro, are you for real? Say sorry right now. Say sorry. Holy fuck, these guys are fucking tryhards!
I'm gonna die as well.
What the fuck?
Bro, I told
Zero
you if you hear
friendly
something,
people!
it's
I
not
didn't
me.
hear.
Where are those bots?
Fucking tryhards, these guys can't have fun. These guys don't know how to have fun in this
Oh,
game.
it's PvP, eh? It's fine.
No. Bro, we never die. These guys are out looking for blood.
I told you we're gonna get fucked.
This game changed in like 2 days. I swear we never got fucked like this.
Is it only one guy or
It's
two?
two guys. Bro finished me, like it's the best thing he ever did today.
Bro, I got 2 good items. Should I run and escape?
I don't know.
Head home at the Baron's hatch.
Yeah, go and escape, bro. Go and escape. Don't fight them.
I'll die.
Nothing you can do. Spectator mode. Yuppie. So what's up, chatty? What's up, chat? What's up, chat? What's up, chatty? Yo. Bro, why did they fuck me like this? But did you hear me talk in game?
I think so, yeah.
Let me check. I don't know if they heard me. I can't even check my settings right now. Fuck. They took my weapons, my upgraded
What the
weapons.
fuck? This thing spawned 3 robots in front of me.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
You know what? I'm never being friendly again. I'm gonna shoot on sight. shooting on sight. I do not care. They took my upgraded weapons. Holy fuck. I'm gonna fuck this guy's mother, sister, and future wife.
I told you, bro, I told you. But did you hear them or what?
No, I didn't at all. I heard them when it was too late and I was in looting. I was looting, so I couldn't react, bro. I couldn't
We
react.
need to stick together.
Yeah. They took everything. Now I have to what? Let me see, bro. I have nothing. Rattler 3. Fucking hairpin, bro. Oh my goodness. This is so fucking bad. And I only have like tactical MK and combat MK, bro. Should I craft an augment? I don't know.
Got 3 augments.
But they're smaller.
It's fine, you're gonna wood better ones.
Repair. Should I upgrade my Rattler again?
Yeah.
I can't. Have nothing to do that. Wait, actually... This is craftable,
You can
but...
go like a free ticket, you know?
What is a free ticket?
Go... Wait, go click ready.
Why? But I can use this.
Okay, done.
Bad thing is, they took everything for my healing. I have some stuff left, but not many. I only have these bandages. Holy day. This is so fucking bad. Oh my god. I'm actually ready, bro. I'm not upgrading anything. CBA. Oh my god, I have no ammo. Bro!
Want me to get
Oh
you some
my
pills?
ammo. Yeah, yeah, you can get me some.
I'll get you bandages and what else?
And
And
are you
shooting
with light ammo?
Yeah, I'll get you light ammo though.
Thank you.
Medium, I got medium
But do you have any lights?
No, but I can craft.
No, it's fine. Don't craft. I'll just be with one weapon.
You're muted.
I will be with one weapon. Then.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's try the other map. Buried City.
Okay. Bro, what? I forget to put it. Holy fuck, this never ever happened to us.
I started.
Why can't we all be friends and loot together? Bro, you know Cheesy had this character customized like this? And bro figured out yesterday that he had the female body on. With this fucking face. Yeah. Bro, these guys really caught me off guard. Wait, can you see if you hear me in game?
Yeah.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear.
I even told him to not shoot and to say sorry. He did not speak, bro.
Heavy ammo
You
punches
told
through
him to
arc
say
plates
sorry.
better
Yeah,
than
I said say sorry right now. And bro, finish me.
Yeah, I will finish you as well, bro.
What do you mean? Next time I'm saying I'll fuck his father, mother, sister, and future wife then. Do you recycle this shit? I'm recycling it.
Here, I'll drop you heals now. Put heals on the ground.
Oh my god, thank you.
Here we need to find some lemons and something else for the chicken. But I don't know where. On this map.
Lemons.
Oh
Bro,
my god, it's so yellow.
I also don't know. Have we ever played this map before?
No, it's for the first time.
Oh shit. I think we saw Zikeo play this map.
Yeah.
Bro, do I hear you or something else? I'm having PTSD.
I don't know, I don't know. I hear shooting.
Shit, bro, stop scaring me. Stop scaring me.
I'm not, I'm just walking, bro.
I have PTSD now. Oh shit, you on Arca? Yup. We just got fucked by some unfriendly people. For the first time ever since I'm playing this game. I got fucked. I got fucked. Did you loot everything here?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Bro, they took my Pharaoh! This shit is so frustrating. Imagine if you have like upgraded everything and they fuck you up like this. Shoot first, ask if friendly after. Bro, I didn't even hear them and they just straight up shot me while looting. I was fucking looting, living life, you know? Both guys sneaked up on me and fucked me.
Bro, this map is so crazy, I can't see anything.
Yeah, same.
Let's see here.
I'm just holding hands with you from now on. I'm not gonna separate. Bro, Cheesy is loot gobbling everything.
Bro, just
Tell me
leave.
if you leave something behind. I'll just take the
Bro,
things you
just-
leave behind.
Just
No, I'm
loot.
not separating anymore. I'm not.
Okay, but when we enter this, just loot now.
There is nothing in these houses, like, not much.
Yeah. Let's see where to go now.
What do you mean you following him now? He's a goblin? Yeah. Yeah. He is though.
What the fuck?
No, because I separated from him last game and I got fucked. That's why.
I don't know why I'm going straight to the shootings.
Well, I guess we're fighting. I mean, we should fight them like they fought us last game and like kill them and loot them. You know? Let someone loot the whole game and kill them at the end and like get fucked, bitch. What do you mean there is nothing lootable here?
Bro, this is so empty. What the fuck? They're fucking each other up.
I don't know where. Somewhere there. Oh, yeah.
Do you see them?
No, but they just killed this robot thingo. Oh my god,
Oh my god.
I think it saw me.
What's
Oh my
up?
god, it saw me, the robot.
Hide.
Now they know.
Bro, stop panicking. It's fine. Come
No,
on,
it's
come
not
on, fuck
fine.
off.
Bro, how many floors does this have? Oh, there's a zipline as well. No, they're gonna sneak on us and like fuck us from behind.
Stop panicking, it's fine.
Oh, I got a trinket, but a grey one.
There are 2 robots flying next to us.
Oh my god.
Going up.
Oop, you do that shit. Can I use the zip? Oh, this is the max level. Let's see where those guys are at. Holy fuck, look at how many robots, bro.
Yeah.
Hornet.
I don't know from which direction I saw them. I didn't remember. I don't look at the directions above. Shit.
Oh my god, hide.
Ah, it saw me. It saw me. It saw me. Oh my god. Yup. Oh, it's another one, bro. Holy fuck. Holy day. You good?
Yeah, oh, one more, kill it.
Now everyone knows where here, you know?
Let's go in that building fast.
I think I hear someone. Or is it you?
I don't know. Yo,
Who are you talking to, bro? Fucking demons, ghosts, what? What is it?
I don't know, bro. I'm checking every angle. I'm scared.
Holy fuck.
There's nothing here. Are they below us or on top?
I don't know, I'm not sure, bro.
Yeah? Shh. I don't think they're here. I'm going on top.
I think it's your steps.
What the fuck?
Bro, let's look around.
Well, I'm looking, but there's nothing here.
If I fall from here, I'm gonna die, right?
Yeah, need to grab ledges.
I'm scared to even peek from here, I'm gonna fall down.
Where do we go though?
I don't
Let's go
know.
lower and look.
Have no idea.
Let's go down, let's go down.
They're shooting again.
Yeah.
Let's go and fuck them.
Oh, that's what we need to kill. If you see bows, tell me.
Okay. Oh shit. What the fuck happened? I see a ball. I killed it. What? Is there people?
No, it was a flying bow.
Oh my god. I'm looting this ball.
Oh, I got a burner.
I also.
So, if you find a bow, tell me to kill it.
I killed it.
No, but with a fireball. We need to kill it
Oh.
with a grenade for the quest.
Shit. Shouldn't have killed it then.
Oh, there's probably more.
I don't want grenades.
What the fuck is this shit, bro?
I
I'm scared.
think someone.
Yeah, interact with this.
Why me?
I'm scared, I don't know what it...
Bro, I'm not your meat shield. Yeah, do it like a man.
What the fuck?
Holy craftsmanship.
I'm going down. I'm searching for bows.
I'm also coming to look for balls together in it, mate. I wanna pew pew.
I don't want to
I
pick.
think I heard someone extract earlier, but I'm not sure. The fuck was that shit?
It's a flying thing.
Oh my god,
outside.
is it a big one?
I don't know, I'm not taking. Bro, there's nothing in those apartments.
Yeah, they're fucking broke shit here.
There's some canister.
I'm getting it because I have nothing.
I'm going down now. Bro, you scared me, what the fuck?
I also think I heard something. I don't know if
What
it was
is
me.
city residential master?
I don't have this. They broke, oh my fucking god.
Is that it? Oh. How do we go out though?
Here.
Here? Wait. And we need bows, bro. We need bows.
We need bows, but where are the bows? Where are all the bows hiding at? Hello? Bows? Is bows in the room with us?
On the camera, bro.
Now the bad guys are coming. The arcs. The bad arcs. The bad doggies.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I have PTSD from this thing. I opened this and I got killed. Yeah, you loot, baby girl. I got you. I got you. I got you, baby girl. People!
Where? Hide, come.
No, let's shoot!
No, okay, let's shoot. But we don't have good
Bro,
guns,
we
bro.
gave high ground to them just now.
Hide here.
If I die here from you, because of you, I'm uninstalling, bro.
Wait, I need to shoot, bro. I'm low on shoots.
Bro, why are we playing like pussies?
Bro, we've got gray weapons, bro. We can't deal damage.
It's okay. We could have taken everything. Like they did to me. Revenge.
Bro, actually.
Bad in her revenge era, bro. I'm in my revenge arc. Where are you?
I'm looting.
I wanna fight.
Bro, you can't always fight, bro. We can't only
I
fight.
see red. I only see red. Bro, these apartments have nothing in them. There's like one apartment.
Looking for bows, bro.
In like 3 floors, there's one apartment.
Yeah.
What in the freak fuck building is that? No neighbors, no nothing.
It's a community building.
Oh. Where did those guys go?
I don't know. I'm going up.
There is nothing in here. Nothing.
I see bows, I see bow. Here we need to go here. Let me look at the quest again. Destroy enemy arc with fire burner, okay. There is one bow here.
How do you use the fire tingle?
Wait. Oh my god.
You can equip that. And how? And what do I do with
Where
it?
the fuck did it go, bro?
I don't
Give
know.
the fire burner again.
I equipped it.
Give it to me and drop it
How? I equipped it.
on the ground. Put it on the ground.
Oh, I see. There you go.
Hey, a fireball burner. Over here.
I think it went
But
down the
bow
bow.
dropped down.
Yeah, I
and-
think it committed seppuku, bro, because it was scared of you.
Or is it still down?
I mean, I would do that too if I see
They
cheesy.
deactivated the car.
Oh my goodness. Shoot.
But where is the car?
Let's shoot them. Let's shoot them.
Bro, stop shooting.
Shoot.
Let's see if there's something to loot here.
I want my revenge on innocent people.
You're gonna die.
Yeah, I'm shooting. Yes. Yes. No, he didn't die. He didn't die.
What are you
Come
shooting,
shoot with
bro?
me. Come shoot with me. If we were shooting
Where?
together,
Where?
he was dying. Here, bro. If we were together in it, he was dying, but we were not.
Did they activate something?
Bro, I don't know, but they know we're here now.
Yeah, there is extract here. West station.
I
in
have
front of
50
us.
ammo only. I can't
They're
shoot
shooting, they're
anything.
shooting.
Bro, where?
know,
From where? From where? From where are they shooting you? Something's happening there. Something yellow light.
Yeah, they're extracting there. We try to extract.
With them?
Oh, bow behind you. Wait, let me try to kill.
Where is it?
Wait. It didn't work.
Well, you suck out with the fire thing.
Bro, it's like a Molotov grenade.
Bro, did they extract? We let them extract for free, bro.
Yeah.
For the bow. Should we go and extract?
What is this sound?
The wind.
Sounds like elevator.
I don't know. There's an elevator there.
Oh, in front, in front, in front.
Where? Where?
Behind it.
Oh!
Two
Ooh,
guys,
ooh,
two guys.
ooh, ooh. I don't see much. I have 50
Oh, I
ammo.
see him, I see him. Go,
Where?
go, go.
Where?
He jumped. Here.
Do we shoot? Do we? No, it's too far, bro. I can't do shit. Do we shoot? Do we shoot? Do we shoot? Do we shoot?
No, jump. We're friendly. We're friendly.
Hey! Hey, hi, hello! Hey, hi, hello!
No, they can't hear you. Stop screaming.
If I scream, can they hear me from here?
No.
Oh my goodness! Second time friendly people, not like those
We need
freak
fire
fucks.
burners. I want to do this quest. We need to
Bro,
move actually to somewhere.
did you loot the last bow?
No, it dropped down.
Damage fired bow burner. Did you drop this, bro?
Yeah, it's like the used grenade.
We have 12 minutes. If those guys extract, let's go extract with them.
Yeah, yeah. But where is the bow from before?
Man, I don't know.
I think it dropped to here.
Those bows keep dropping down.
Stop.
Everything reminds me of him, guys.
Oh!
Ah! Bro! Good job, Cheesy. Good job. Good job.
Look for fire burner.
Good job. I don't see shit. Ooh, loot. Only shit. I get only shit. Shit, loot, loot, loot. What do you want?
Oh my god.
Let's go extract with them. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
No, that's the enemy, bro.
Oh.
That's not extract.
Oh, this guy saw me. I have no ammo. I have no ammo. Only 40 ammo. I'm not shooting at anything anymore. Just letting you know.
I want it to come.
I
here
wanna
so I
have
can
ammo
get
for
it.
the bad guys. If they shoot at me, I wanna shoot at them. So, you do you. I'm not shooting.
I think I fucked it. I think I... Wait, don't kill it. I did it, I did it.
Good job.
But now the enemy may come. Careful.
It's okay. I got you. It's okay. I'm your white knight.
Yeah, here's light ammo here.
Oh, I don't need it anymore. But I'll loot it. I'll get it for my other weapon. The fuck is that? The fuck is that? Speaker.
Oh, there's a zipline. Take it.
Why?
We may need it.
How do you use that?
I don't know. You just point it like Pathfinder. Okay, now let's try to extract in the metro. Let's try. But they may kill us, bro.
I don't wanna get killed again.
It's below us somewhere.
We don't have high ground, which is really bad.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing.
Wasn't it somewhere here?
10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're down here.
Careful here. Careful here. Yeah, let's slide and everyone on the server can hear us. Oh my god. The slide
Guys,
to
are you
the...
friendly?
Hello.
There's no one here, bro.
Okay, we're talking to ghosts now.
Hold the extract. Hold the right corner.
Bro, what the fuck is that extract?
The metro is coming, bro.
What
Hold
is...
something.
I'm looking right side. But what the fuck is that extract? I don't know.
The metro is gonna come now.
The metro, and what do I do with the metro? I get on it?
Yeah.
Why is it not like on the other map?
I don't know.
Dancing in the mirror, singing in the shower. La-da-dee, la-da-da, la-da-da.
Oh my god, I'm sweating.
You're pressing the button, right? Yummy! 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 I got shit loot.
Bro, we did a quest at least.
At least we didn't get fucked from behind this time while
Bro,
looting.
when you play solo, the game is so different, everyone is friendly, but here it's like PvP zone, bro.
Yeah,
Everyone want to kill each other.
yeah.
And most of them are like 3-stack, bro.
Well, I got fucked by that duo last game.
Yeah, true, and we saw another duo.
Alrighty. I did two. Oh, one quest actually. Let's see. The chicken is giving me stuffies. Where do we find those fucking lemons, bro, and apricots?
On this map.
Yeah, but I don't like it this much. The other one is prettier. I don't know.
True. If you want, we can play the other one.
No, it's
Need some
fine.
fresh bombs?
Let's do the quest. I just
Did you do the
like the other one better. Maybe because we played it more.
serious damage, huh?
Oh, what the fuck is this? A new cosmetic? Let's go. Bro, you know I never use those freak fuck gadgets. I wanna know what they do. Like, what the fuck is a noisemaker?
I don't know.
Enemy raiders are detected.
Those hornets here. Take these latest designs.
Using crafting. Cheesy, can you see in the Reddit thing if I need the coffee pot trinket for something? It's a grey one. I think I don't need it, so I can sell it, or I don't know.
Coffee pot, yeah, you can save it.
Thank you.
Just tell me what to search for.
Okay. Okay. Should I run 2 guns? And I think not. I only have like only 2 in my stash, so
I don't know.
I'll just stick to 1 gun at this point. And I wanna drop you the zipline because don't know. I didn't play a Pathfinder in fucking Apex Legends.
Just use it, it's like for movement.
Let me craft some more ammo. Bro, I really wanna fucking shoot them. But if someone shoots us, then I feel bad now that I shot at this guy on the roof. From the roof. You know, I can actually craft this fucking looting MK thingu. I have a lot of parts for it. Should I?
Craft it? Yeah. No, if you have others.
I have a combat one.
Okay, then craft.
So I am the loot goblin. I am him.
You ready?
Yes, I have this
On the
light
right
bulb.
2 quest, what else do you need to kill? Right 2 quest.
From the right 2 quests, I have to kill a turret.
Okay, we need to find the turret, bro.
Snap blast and trigger.
What is a
names for sticky
hornet?
surfaces, including those pesky hornets.
We need to ping them to learn the.
Wait, let me get a grenade because we have to. We have to kill something with a grenade. We use. What is that kind of grenade though? I don't think I have it. Oh, trigger
I've got
grenade.
it.
Is it trigger grenade?
You get trigger grenade, I got blast grenades or snap grenades. It's trigger grenade or snap blast. I got
Okay.
snap blast. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Which map? This one or the other?
This one, on what we have quest, we should search for that lemon and apricot thing.
But
So-
we need a few depot for the other thing.
Well, I don't know. You choose.
Let's go to the other map.
Ay, 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 ay.
I think we played on a night raid. That's why we got fucked.
What do you mean? What is that?
I don't know. It's like more loot during the night.
Oh.
Was it dark the first game?
No, I don't think so. No, it was not dark. Cheesy is sexually harassing me.
Thank you. Bro, he's gonna clip that now.
Yeah, I know.
Why
I
did you
know.
say it out loud?
No, no. That's why I said it, bro.
Wait, we haven't. This is the first time we're spawning.
Nothing new. It's one of the things we do together.
Apollo here.
I let him sexually harass me.
Hornets tend to hover. If my designs hold up, that's the perfect time.
And you know the other things, like that other thing we do, Cheesy? What do you mean no?
I don't know things.
Like manipulate me, gaslight me.
Stop playing, bro.
Noise from Discord, he sent me some sussy private messages. Nothing I can do about that.
Sorry.
You thought what?
Nothing.
What did you do, Cheesy?
My bad.
What did you... Why are you keeping secrets from me?
But don't shoot me in the back.
What did you hide from me?
Nothing bad.
Tell me.
Nothing.
Tell me.
I'm joking.
Is he joking, Roger? I know you tell me the truth. I trust you.
I'm breaking the.
Magnet. Steel spring. Yummy. Wait, there is one of those things again.
Out here.
Field crate that we saw earlier and we got fucked.
That, bro. Oh my god, kill.
Bro, what?
Give it grenade.
I don't have.
Did I kill it?
Is it dead? Is it dead? I was not ready.
Oh, it fucked me. I couldn't kill it.
Well, heal.
Fuck. Oh my god, I need to repair my shield. I don't have shield, bro.
Don't know if I should have recycled that, but I think I had to. I'll give you. Wait, I'll shoot you. Wait, come here.
No, but I don't. It's like broken.
I'm recharging you. Wait. There you go.
Oh, thank
Is it gonna recharge the whole thing though?
you. Yeah. Good.
I have integrity. I posted proof on Qt Court. Wait, let me see that. Bro, that's not real. Is it real? That's not real. That's not even Cheesy's fucking picture. Bro. I actually thought it's real for a second. Bro, I don't need enemies if I have Roger by my side. Trying to separate me from my baby girl here. Household cleaner. Why the hell house chores fucking chasing me even in game, bro? Oh! A weapon! Ah! What?
Hide! It's a people!
Bro, don't shoot, please! Please don't shoot! Please! Please!
Bro, we're friendly bang.
Why the fuck are you shooting, bro? Why the fuck are you shooting? Yeah, I will fuck your mother, I will fuck your sister, I will fuck your future wife. Yeah, whatever is wrong in your life, I hope it gets worse. I hope it gets
They can
worse.
see your Twitch name.
I don't care.
Look at him, bro. Get me a bang.
Nothing, bro. Nothing. Can you finish it faster, please? Fuck. I fucking got a weapon and I died again. Bro, why are they shooting? Why are we all not like live, laugh, love?
Okay, I'm going psycho mode now, okay?
Bro,
I'm
didn't you
equipping the
hear
best
them?
thing. No, bro. I
Right?
was shooting some robots and
Right?
they fucked me.
No, it's happened to me. The same thing the first game. But I was looting in the loot menu. I got shit on.
Really stealthy, bro. Really
Yeah, like crouch walking, bro. Like pussies. And like fuck them first, I guess. Cause like these bitches are not friendly.
fuck them.
Bro, deadass asked me what's up while I'm down. Yo, that's actually evil, bro. That's actually evil. Man. I have nothing. I am now with Rattler level 1, bro. Ha!
Okay, we're using those weapons?
I'm using it.
Okay.
What if we have no weapons left? And we can't craft, for example, like if we have nothing to craft them with. Like...
We go with 3 weapons.
Oh. Oh my goodness, I only can craft 60 ammo. Wow, wow. So I guess that's the way, you just shoot at people and loot what they have looted, bro. That's the only way. Not try to be friends. No one wants friends in this game.
Yeah.
Only violence. Did we do the thing with the nades?
No, I couldn't.
I'm taking nades again. I only have sterilized bandages. Which
Can you
is...
craft? Didn't you wood fabrics?
Wait. I think I didn't. Medical lab. I don't have great thingu magic. The things that we were harvesting. Oh, but I can get the shield recharger. 2 of them. I'm stopping this. Oh wait, I can. I can. I was looking at the wrong bandage. Do you need bandages as well?
No. I got bandages. But my arc rechargers are kind of fucked.
I only
I'm
have
ready.
2.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm also ready to get wait.
Bro, we're so bad. We need to fuck them, bro.
Yeah, we should not try to be friends. I'm not trying to be friends anymore.
Yeah, we just first shoot, then ask if they're friendly.
But like, that way, if we shoot at them, they're not gonna wanna be friends, bro.
It's fine, it's fine. If they don't want, we're gonna kill them. You ready?
Or they will kill us. They will. What if they pretend to be friendly and kill us? I
Bro,
have trust issues. I have trust issues.
I'm starting.
Okay.
Wait, let me repair my gun.
Wait, I also don't know if I repaired mine.
I don't have parts. Fuck.
Mine is 86 out of 100. What happens if it breaks?
No idea. I'm starting.
I'm repairing it. I don't want it to break. I'm level 6. There you go. I really hope they heard my beautiful, heartwarming message to them. Cause my mouse button that I talk in game is broken, but I really hope they heard it.
Okay, where we are?
Okay. Now. Where should we go?
To the
What?
swamp here.
Where is that fuel depot? Is it on the other map?
There,
Oh.
on my ping. Oh, there's some loot here.
Bandage.
Here's some medium ammo.
Should I... I think I needed this accordion thingamajig not to recycle it. I don't know. Tactical vest, I will salvage that. I hope I did the right thing.
Oh, you can salvage it.
Where is the ammo you said? Is it
Here.
medium ammo?
This might be worth checking. Here.
What? Yes.
You ready?
Type she, yes.
Let's go here.
Let's move to that location.
Oh, it's on their way.
In the swamp?
We need to find the battery and bring it to the... I'll tell you where. Just find the battery. But we go together, okay?
The place that I died for this game?
Yeah.
You know where to bring it now?
Yeah.
Oh. How did you find out?
Bro, I'm googling shit.
Oh, okay, okay.
There are enough unemployed people to find it out for me.
Wait, I don't want to separate this much. Cause like, I don't know, for some reason I don't hear them. Are they crouch walking, slow walking? I don't know. In front!
Watch out.
Shooting, shooting!
Over there.
I missed all my shots.
I'm pushing him. Oh my god, he shot me.
I don't see him.
They're inside there.
They shot me as well. Yeah, I don't know if they push us. I'm not looking.
They're watching. But then we might get flanked, bro. We need to kill them, bro.
They're hiding. How? We're gonna run out of ammo and heals.
There.
He's here on the left.
I don't see him.
Oh my god, the robot is watching me. Shoot the robot, please.
Gonna run out of ammo, bro.
I got it.
Where are
Got
they?
stuck. Oh my god.
Where the fuck are they?
They're still inside there.
Oh my
Don't
goodness.
die, they got snipers.
That's my last shield recharger.
And put bandages first.
Why first?
It's more important. Put bandages, then shoot.
Why?
Trust me, bro. I'm telling you. I fucked them twice.
I have
They're going to the
29 ammo. I can't fight this, bro. Oh, fuck.
They're throwing nades.
I also have trigger nade. Oh my god, bro, I can't fight
see
this. He's in the door. How do you emote?
Don't shoot!
Do they hear this?
And I don't think so.
I don't wanna.
I can't shoot him, bro, from here with this weapon.
Bro, they have better weapons.
Yeah.
And we have no heals anymore.
I drop one. We need to push now.
Where is he?
I'm throwing nades.
I fuck. He's somewhere on the right. On the right.
He's going on the left.
I'm really low. I downed him.
Nice, bro. Is he dead?
I'm sorry.
Bro, why are you saying sorry? We fucked them.
Because I'm sorry.
Bro, they were free loadout. Oh my god.
Oh! I have some blueprint.
Take it.
And stuffies.
Careful, we may get third party, bro.
I'm going to heal inside. Where is the other guy dead? Here is the battery also.
A field crate. Over here.
Do you have
looted
shields
him
by any
here.
chance?
Yeah, I'll drop one.
Just heal me.
Oh yeah. You're right, actually. Shoots?
Yeah, shields. I have like Bettina blueprint, so we
need
better.
ammo?
Wait, I think I don't need.
Okay.
What the fuck is a door blocker?
Yeah, try it, bro. Just try it. Come with me. Let's do the battery thing. Escort me.
Yeah, okay.
I think we need to go there. I'm not sure though.
Is that the fastest you can go?
Oh no, I can kinda run.
Just a yowzy gal. What am I hearing?
Bro.
I think I hear robots. I don't know. Don't ask me. Bro, what the fuck is that
There's
sound?
one more here. Bro, we're not here. Let me look at the video.
What the fuck? The fuck is that there?
Arc probe. There.
There is an arc probe. Should I open it? I'm gonna go open it, cheesy.
Oh, we're in the wrong spot.
There is a bro. Why are there dead robots here? I'm low-key scared. I think that's the robot that we killed.
Listen, on my ping, I need
Wait,
to
let's loot this. There is an arc probe.
look at it. I'm
There's
gonna
light
put
ammo here.
The thing in the field before.
Oh my goodness, it's so slow. And it's so
Noises.
loud.
You get good loot?
or maybe we
That's
get
so loud.
fucked, or maybe we get fucked and I live without a weapon again and without a blueprint.
I'm doing the quest. Come with me
Give me a second, bro.
after you're done. I'm waiting for you.
Coming. I looted everything from it.
Come inside. And we put this thing here now.
Okay, but how do you figure it out if you don't watch a video? Like,
We've
You get
received your crate, Raider. We'll see if this
Now
time's
we
fine
need
with the
to
charm.
collect the reward.
Sends up some rewards for your efforts.
there is
A
this.
smoke grenade. Here.
There's grenades. Oh, a Pharaoh level 2.
Take it.
Bro, why can I not take it? Some bandages? Loot? I didn't loot the whole thing. Loot it.
You dropped some weapon?
Yeah, Pharaoh 1. I have a Pharaoh 2. I need those things. Bro, but I have to drop something. What do I drop? What do I drop? Do I hear you or someone else?
I'm not stepping.
Or my own steps?
Oh my god, I'm so scared, bro. We actually need to extract.
Yeah, let's go because I'm fully
We
stuck.
have a Radar's key.
I didn't take it, no.
What do you mean take it?
I didn't, I don't have, no. No, I mean from my loot.
Oh.
Out of the game.
Then we have 9 minutes for this thing.
Oh my god, I hope we extract, bro.
Try?
No, I think this is a really camped
Let's try.
extract.
I'm more scared of the robots, bro. Oh my god, there's a big
Should
robot
we
here.
fully heal? Let's not
Making noises.
let's not go near it.
Oh my god, 2 robots on the
Ah shit. Cheek to cheek. Butt cheek to butt cheek. Are they extracting there?
on the right.
I hear a noise.
10 minutes until shut down. We need to activate 10 extract. Fast.
Why? What?
There's a lot of robots, bro.
Oh no, I
Oh
hate.
my god, run
Oh
inside.
shit.
Come.
Oh my goodness.
Need to go around.
Ah shit, here we go again. Oh shit. Did they see me? Yes. Yes, they saw us. Fuck.
Run.
Ah. Ah. They know, bro. They're coming. Bro. He's so bad with doors.
I swear they open and close on their own, bro.
Should I put a door blocker here? Do you want me? I can door block it. I don't know what this means, but I can do it. You want me to do it? I can do it.
No.
Okay.
Snap blast grenade. Bro, I need to destroy one of the flying things with the grenade.
Wait, let me... I have a 3 grenades. Is it this grenade that we need?
I don't know. Let me see the quest. It's trigger grenade or snap blast.
Oh, yeah, but
And
how
what
do I
is a
hit
hornet?
it? I
This
don't
is a
know.
hornet.
How do I hit it with a nade in the air?
Just try to attack it, bro. I'm
Okay.
gonna damage it and taunt it here.
Okay, I'll throw the nade. It's in my hand.
Me too. Wait for it to stop and to try to
It's
shoot
in the
it.
tree, bro. How do
Okay.
I see it?
He's gonna come.
There's another one coming.
It's fine.
No, I missed! Oh!
Now let's try to extract actually.
Okay.
We're making so much
yeah,
noise.
yeah, yeah.
We don't care at all.
Oh,
Where is this extract?
there's arc probe somewhere here. Bro, why does it sound so scary, this
Oh,
arc
it's
probe?
here, it's here, it's here. Are you ready? I'm gonna activate it. Wait, let me smoke.
Wait, there's a robot there.
Wasp, the water
Wait.
facility.
There's a robot behind us.
Where?
A damaged one.
I'm trying to activate it.
Where do we hide? I'm hiding behind this tree.
I've got a smoke if we need to extract later. Bro, what is this big thing there? Snitch? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Look, it's
Let's
got
not
a
shoot it like
long
last
range,
time.
bro.
Let's not shoot it like I did.
Bro, you shot it once.
Shut up, shut up.
The probe is here. Maybe we can loot it?
I have no space.
I'll go and loot it.
Yeah. But better be fast when it opens.
There's robots coming to you.
From where? Bro, I hear stuff. It's opened, it opened, it
I'm
opened.
breaching. It's fine. There's 2 minutes. Just wait. I'm breaching.
Ah, help me. It's looking at you, I think.
Wasp overhead.
Is it?
Yeah, it's looking at you. Let's go, please.
I'm wait.
Bro, someone is throwing something at you. Bro,
Coming. Wait.
what do I hear? It's gonna close and I'm gonna be so mad at you.
I'm coming.
It's gonna close, bro. It's gonna close.
No. I'm coming.
The
I'm
fuck
even
is
gonna
that
smoke.
shit?
Go inside and try to start
Up
it.
there.
I smoked.
Yuppie! Yuppie! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Ooh, damn, I got a blueprint.
Oh, we killed a team.
Yeah, we killed them. We killed them, freak fucks. Not this time, bitch. Not this time. We cannot be friends. Bro,
2 quests, nice.
yeah.
You need to kill a turret for him.
Oh wait, I have a cinematic, bro.
Supposedly, this is where the ships went up once. They must have lined up, crammed in, and left without looking back. But you know what? I've been thinking, maybe they didn't make it. Maybe they burned out in the void.
Can
Got
I
a
have some
one-way
water? I
ticket to
have
Nova Deck.
hiccups again.
And here we are. Still
I'm
standing,
dying.
still scraping by. Maybe we're the lucky ones after all.
I need someone to scare me right now. I'm dying. Holy fuck. Hiccups, bro. They're so bad. I'm gonna die. Fuck, shit. Did they stop? I think they stopped. Alright. Thank you, cock. I maxed out the thing for stamina. I should be Sonic right now.
I know that look. That's a job well done. You really stuck it to those hornets, huh? Great
Trigger
stuff.
need
Now go spread the word.
blueprint.
Pharaoh's job completed? You've got that look.
Nice.
Thanks.
So
We can always use more crates. by
medium
the way.
shield. What the hell
Our
is
attempt,
that?
Go show them what you're made of.
A
Bring me
skin.
back some trophies as proof.
What the fuck is this? Damn control tower key. We saw that somewhere. We were there.
Yeah, to open the door.
We didn't have the key though. Holy fuck, let me see what can I do with that blueprint. Where is it though? Oh, here it is. So what do I do? Learn and consume. Is that what I do? But do I have this? What is that weapon? So if I learn it, I can craft it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Learn and consume. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I can't craft it. What do you
Maybe
mean?
it's not in this workbench, in the
Oh, wait,
gearbench.
gunsmith, bro. Oh, I don't have the... Oh my god, I don't have the level for it, and it's purple weapon!
Oh my god, crazy.
Oh, holy day!
With heavy
Those
ammo.
guys were stacked! Good thing we killed them.
That's why they
Ah.
were fighting, bro.
Yeah. No, but if they're stacked, the smart thing is to not fight.
True.
And maybe run for it. Let me see what I should get rid of. So. Should get more ammo. Are you still upgrading your weapons or nah? Is there a point to upgrade them at this level?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm
But,
just...
I need simple gun parts a lot, actually.
I'm scared to upgrade because of what happened.
It's fine, bro. I mean, the grey weapons at level 1 are really bad. That's the main thing.
I need a lot of metal parts and I don't have any.
I can drop you in game.
No, it's fine. I'll loot,
I
but
got 50.
no, it's fine. I have to loot them. Should I put on the medium shield I got?
But you need to change your augment. Oh no, you don't.
No, I don't. I am with combat
Better
one.
shit, nice.
Don't have that much space, but it's fine. It's fine. Should get fucking
You need to destroy
shield
2
dingus.
niches.
Let me see if I can craft some. I can, one only. Nice, amazing. Amazing. We don't need those nades anymore, right? I'm dropping them.
Yeah, if you're not gonna use them.
Gonna-
But they're really good versus the arc.
I wanna keep that door blocker to use it at some point. Oh my god, I used all my metals. Now I can't. I think I can't craft ammo. No!
I'll give you ammo. What
Let
ammo?
me medium, but wait. Let me see if I can recycle something for ammo. What does this give me? Plastic parts. Holy fuck, shit. What about this? Oh, I don't want this. What about this? Plastic parts, shit. What about this? Wires. Nothing can give me what I need.
What do you need?
Metal parts. This can be recycled. What else? Oh, nice, I got some. Okay, I think I can craft some ammo.
Nice.
80. Can I repair this? I can't. Okay, I think I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm almost ready. I'm crafting attachments.
I think I'm gonna I have no money. I'm poor. Can't even expand my inventory. Wait, can I get something from here? What does this give me? Some dumb shit. Some dumb shit. Raider tokens? I want that. Yes, give me more. Give me more. Should I get this ugly ass skin? Bro, it's so ugly, I don't want it. Getting this shit. Now I think I opened the second. Spent. Oh, I didn't. Holy fuck, I didn't. I'm gonna get this ugly skin for the sake of the second thing. Oh, 70 more, so basically I have to buy everything from here, I guess. Shit. Shit, fuck. Shit. Customization.
Make sure you buy the simple gun parts from Celeste Trader for seeds.
Ooh, I totally forgot about that. I can buy metal parts as well.
But the other ones reset daily, and we need them for weapon upgrades and things.
Ooh, I see. Wait, what color is that? Wait.
It's green.
Gun parts. Simple gun parts, I see.
Lunch is a luxury these days. We'll put those to good use. Here's your
I
reward.
think it's the things with the time, the clock that's reset, right? Yeah. Everything resets with the clock on it.
Yeah.
Is there something else important? Should I get the Great Mulane Tingu? Because I don't have any of that. But I don't... Loki don't need it right now.
That's for better bandages, I think.
Yeah, this. What did I need metal for? Weapon upgrades. How can you craft... Is there a way to craft mechanical components?
Wait.
I'm really lost here. I'll just get some...
Mechanical.
Yeah, mechanical components.
Yeah, from the... Go to the benches and on refiner.
Wait, let me see. Refiner.
Green on the second.
Oh, I saw, yeah, from metal parts. Yeah, but it's so fucking expensive. They take so much to craft them.
Yeah, no, it's not that expensive.
Just gonna upgrade the ferro, I guess. Have to try shooting with it because I haven't. Oh, I can. I can make level 4. I maxed it out, but I have no mods for it. What can I put on it? Ferro. Compensator? I have no metal parts, so. Not gonna put components on it yet. Also ready.
Wait, what's our quest?
I have the right to, which is destroy a turret stew. What
Don't
is this
forget about
turret?
searching the drones
We have
after
to
you take
destroy
them down.
wasp, get a wasp driver.
Yeah, a lot of things.
We have to fight arcs, basically.
Let me get some nades and I'm...
I don't
starting.
know I don't know how they're called, the different robots.
Yeah, we need to ping them. Let's go on this map to find things for the...
The lemons, apricots. Okay.
Yeah. What were there again? Apricots and lemons, right?
Yeah.
I almost started with no ammo.
Wait, let me see if I think I took ammo. Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm starting.
Let's go. What are your feats?
Arc probe searched, deal damage to raiders, and deal damage to turrets.
I have to destroy 2 turrets. I have to return safely from Buried City, and I have to deal damage to raiders using light ammo, but I didn't take light ammo weapon. Shit.
I wish we could like switch to feeds.
Yeah, refresh them. Yeah, that would be good. Dancing in the mirror, singing in the shower. La-da-dee-la-da-dum. What if we just sing to them? Maybe that would work.
Keep your wits about you, Raider. When facing a drone, a
What is
careful
that?
shot to the radar flare is far more effective than
Raider
riddling them with
flare?
bullets.
What is a raider flare? They wanna fight? Why are they putting a raider flare? I don't know what all those gadgets do.
Oh my god, the closest fucking thing is in the middle of the map, bro.
Oh my goodness, we're so dead. I don't wanna lose my weapons. I really don't wanna. I just upgraded my weapon.
Or here, let's try to go here. It's in the middle of the map.
Oh my god, bro. We're
It's fine,
so
we're gonna go
cooked.
slow. If it's not working now, we're gonna try next. Let's just look at the map, bro. We need to learn it.
I can't learn it. Where are we now? There's no name where we are right now. Field depot.
Are we really going on the main road here?
I don't know.
What is this? Wasp, we need to kill it.
Oh my god, this is 1 bullet only. And reload. You have to loot it, right? Oh, what is that? Search raider cage. Someone died here?
Oh, it's like things on the map.
Oh. Grenade, light ammo, bandage, light shield. You want any of those? I'm gonna take some bandages.
There's light ammo here.
Down here.
I don't need that. I don't have a weapon.
I got what, Trevor?
Okay. Does it share? Yeah, it shares.
Let's try to... Did you take... Did it give you get a wasp, Trevor?
Wait, I'm searching something. No, it didn't. I mean, it shares the quest.
Here, here.
No, it shares, it shares.
No, just take.
Why? It's 1 out of 2.
But both of them. Destroy wasp and get a wasp.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There is arc courier here. Whatever that is.
I have no idea what this is.
Oh, this thing.
Oh my god, first time seeing this. Never seen this before.
Maybe you can breach on the other side, no?
Nope. I can't, nope.
Hornet driver.
Nice.
Need one more of those. Oh, so we're basically gonna do it fast. Let's try to loot here.
Yeah, but it would not be enough time to get there. Where we have to.
There's 20 minutes.
There is fucking sand. Only? Just like our teammates in fucking Marvel Rivals. Sand fucking eaters. Oh. Oh.
What did you find?
You can close the windows. Nothing. And get on the roofs. Like this.
Can we get on this tower? No. Okay, let's try to go in the middle of the map.
We're rotating around.
Bro. Yeah. You need to go on my marker, on the blue marker.
Okay. Hey, on Nikki, what's up? Work is bad, busy, low-key. Slacking on my real job. My budgie, man. You're fired! Almost died saying that. Man, I hope you're having a good day though. Hope work goes by fast as fuck, boy. And you get to chill soon. At home. Cozy. Are we shooting?
No. Hide.
I think it saw us.
Do we destroy it? It's big.
I think we had to. I think we have to kill a snitch.
I don't know. What the fuck?
The fuck is wrong with this guy? He's tripping. Where is it?
It's in the trees.
I think I missed. Holy day.
Where is the main part, bro?
Why is it not lootable? What?
It's here.
I'm gonna look for people here.
Take some loot. Take this.
Thank you. The fuck is this shit?
One is for the quest.
Snitch scanner. Yeah.
But I didn't get it, bro.
Aren't you 1 out of 2? Snitch scanner, the
No.
No? What if I drop it? Wait.
Try.
Take it.
Yeah, now it's working.
Oh, now I have 0 out of 2. What?
Okay, take this.
But
then.
why did the wasp driver work though?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do better. We're going on a trip with your favorite rocket ship. The fuck is that?
By the field depot.
Oh my god, I got confused. I thought it's a person I don't see, I'm blind. Oh fuck, I broke my legs!
Bro.
Bruh. Ew, fucking fall damage. I'm running on knife.
Oh, there's some big things here.
Our courier, over there.
So we have no time to make it to the middle of the map.
It's fine, it's fine. What the fuck was that sound? Bro, I'm full of food.
I am not, I have a lot of space. Oops.
No, we're going to the apartment.
Bro, what? When I'm running, I can't tab because it opens my Steam thingamajig. When I press shift and tab shit.
Oh yeah. So we're searching for some fruit baskets on the ground here.
Never seen that shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run on knife cause I'm slow in this
Careful
bitch.
with the apartments.
There's 100% people here. And we're out in the open like freak fucks.
Oh, there's people there.
Oh no no no. I don't wanna do this shit, bro. Easy.
There's two of them.
There's gonna be a lot of people here. Do we fight or do we go to the...
Let's try to search for those things. Yeah. Oh my god, there is a snitch. Hide, 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 hide.
I think it saw me.
No, I didn't. Above us. Careful, careful, careful. Come, 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 come.
Oh my
Bro,
god.
this is like a scary movie.
Yeah. We're cooked, bro. It's gonna see us.
We need to find the fruit baskets, bro. Let me destroy this thing.
What is that sound? Someone is...
Oh, someone already looted that.
Someone is opening another arc prop, I think.
Oh, there's one more. Yeah, they were already here.
I'm so fucking scared. What is that sound? Someone opening an arc probe, right? Ah! Ah!
What, man?
Nothing, they put on random mode and I got scared. Shit.
This thing.
I was wondering why the fuck is Marvel Rivals chasing me in Arc Raiders.
Breaching, right?
What the fuck are you doing right now? There's a lot of people here. What's up, Yongi? How you doing? What's good? Bro, we're gonna get shit. Ow! On the roof! On the roof! I'm fucking off.
Get down, get down.
No! No! I dropped. No.
Where are they?
On the roof, on one of the houses.
I'll try to fuck them now.
I fell down. This bitch didn't stop sliding.
I can't see them. What the fuck are they throwing at us?
Bro, I don't know. How do we go up? They're on the roof. They're on the roof above us.
Bro, you blocked me.
I'm sorry.
Above us. Oh my god, come. We need to go into the apartment.
I'm gonna die. I'm so fucking... I'm inside.
Defend me.
Wait.
I got one. I'm pushing.
Finishing him.
Yeah, bro, you shooting at us, now you're friendly.
Bro, you shot first. You shot first. No friends here. No friends.
Oh my god, behind
From
us.
where?
I died. No, I'm good.
Oh my god. We didn't loot the guy.
It's fine.
Friendly, only friendly when we shoot! When they shoot at us and we down them. Suck my dick, bitch!
He's pushing us, I think.
Where is he?
Somewhere on top.
Bro, I don't know this map. Oh my god, there's a big...
Behind us.
I don't see behind us. There's a robot. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm healing Cheesy.
I'm dying, bro. Below us somewhere.
I don't know where they are.
On top, behind.
I'm gonna die.
You up.
I can't, I died.
Keep pushing.
I died. I'm gonna fuck your mother. I'm gonna fuck your future wife. Holy fuck!
Bro, I couldn't see where he's shooting
I
us.
also didn't see.
Oh my god, he was above us the whole time,
We're too
bro.
old for this shit.
My upgraded weapon. Fuck.
No, my upgraded weapon! No! I knew I shouldn't have upgraded this shit. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Every time we go on this map, we get fucked. We get obliterated in the
Bro,
fucking
this
anus.
one guy.
You look out behind you. W watch streak, Nikki. Let's go. Now I'm poor again. They took everything from me. They took everything from... I only have hairpin. You have to be shitty on me. You have to be shitting on me, broski. Holy day. Holy day.
It's hard remembering faces when people wear their helmets indoors.
Holy day. I'm crafting a weapon, Cheesy. Crafting a weapon. I should not use the Pharaoh ever again. Should never use Pharaoh ever again. Ayo, SP! How you doing? Was good, welcome in. Just use a free loadout. Honestly, I've never used it. I don't even know what it looks like. How do you even use free loadout?
I think it's on play now.
Wait, let me see. I've never seen that shit.
Go free loadout as well.
What does it give you?
It's like random gun, heals and things.
Random guns?
Yeah.
Wanna...
Click on play and free loadout.
Okay. Let's try it. I already made a weapon, but it's whatever.
And if you survive with it, you can trade the free loadout for like augment and things.
Ooh. Why haven't we tried that?
I don't know.
I just keep crafting and crafting, bro.
Yeah, if we're doing quests, I think it's smarter to go loadouts. But our guns are gonna be shit now.
Yikes.
It's not like they weren't shit last time.
Yeah, they were shit. They were shit. They were shit.
No, but there's a big difference between like a grey weapon, like level 1 and level 4.
True. I just upgraded my...
Bro, I have a keto.
I have a stitcher! Never used this before. I wanna see how it shoots, should I?
Oh.
What? What?
Let's see where the apricots were. I forgot.
Bro.
Okay, let's try the other place, but there's more loot there. Fuck. We go to the same place.
And get fucked again? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My Ikiten, I follow you. I protect you.
Let's go, bro. I got a close range weapon, so...
Bro, wait, I got stuck. Step, bro. I'm good.
What is this buzzing thingy?
Hey, yo, Sashi, what's up? How you doing? What? Where is what? What buzz
I
thingy?
heard some buzzing. Bro, I can't see anything.
This is gonna be so this is gonna be so I don't know how this is gonna even shoot. Hey yo! I'm your king, I'm your love, I'm your diamond piece. Hey yo, Chameleon! Thank you for the prime! Thank you so much! Thanks for the support, man. I appreciate that shit. Thank you so much. How you doing? 4 months? Let's go, let's go. How are you? How you doing? Guys, if you have a prime, leave it here.
Found something. Looks interesting. Down there.
Fue! Hey, on Nikki, thank for the 50 biddies. Bro, don't do this when I'm locked in. It's gonna scare the shit out of me. Don't do this. I can't. I can't. Fue! Do I sound like Playboy Carti?
What the fuck is this, bro? Where are the lemons?
No lemons here. Oh, some buzzing I hear. What is that? What is that? I'm okay and you nice. Glad to hear that. I'm alright as well. There is a robot.
Snitch, there, by the Grand Apartments.
I'm just getting obliterated on this game today, not on Marvel Rivals. Cheesy, don't leave me behind, bro. Hold my hand. Butt cheek to butt cheek, bro.
Okay, so the lemons look like a tree, bro.
Like a tree?
Yeah.
Bro, how do I know when... Where...
Yeah, this thing, isn't that a lemon?
It looks like a lemon.
Yeah, it's a lemon.
Shit! Leave some for me.
Take
Leave,
from
leave.
the ground.
Where?
I got 2 lemons here.
I have
take one,
none. Bro, loot fucking
take one.
goblin.
I dropped on the ground.
Freak fuck goblin.
Appreciate it.
Support Gambit is kinda crazy. He's fucking crazy. He's fucking
One more
crazy.
lemon here.
We watched the I'm kicking.
Take it.
We've watched the trailer earlier. It was they cooked with this fucking patch notes. They cooked. They fucking cooked. Wait, I'm harvesting. Bruno seemed a little odd. I really liked it. It seems like a real fun character. A different kind of support, which is, I think we need something like that. And the skins, bro, they're so fucking pretty. Oh my goodness. They're so fucking good.
Careful. Maybe he's friend or he's not.
Come on, man. I got nothing.
Well,
Can I boost on your
where are your
face?
friends, man? Okay, we leave you, they pick you up, okay?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Why do you sound like this?
Sorry, bro,
Sorry, bye. It's first time I'm nice to someone on this game. Now what if he comes back with his friend and kills us?
I don't know. That's why we run.
Ah! I broke my legs. Why am I following you? Jumping from buildings like that.
Steps here. Oh my god, we're dead, aren't we?
Yeah. Maybe it's his friend.
Crouch.
Where the fuck do I hear this shit?
They're inside here. But how do we go there?
Here.
Come, here.
Yeah. I'm with you. Behind me! No!
I'm pushing here. He's down. He went down.
Do we push?
I think he ran away, bro.
I think that was his friend. He was alone, right?
So?
Yeah. It was only one guy.
Oh my god, bro. He opened this
Oh
door,
my god,
bro.
yeah, I didn't know this is a door.
Yeah,
I don't know the
same.
map.
Okay, bro, we need to get the fuck out of here right now.
Yeah, there's so many people here. Fucking
Oh my
tilted
god.
towers type of shit.
This map is crazy, I don't like it.
Yeah, also it's so fucking open.
Wait,
They're nading us from somewhere.
I'm jumping here.
Oh my god, suicidal.
Just press space when you jump.
Oh fuck.
One-
Ah! Hit myself. Oh no, there's a
Oh
robot.
my god.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah,
Run,
we're,
run, run,
we're
run, run,
so fucking cooked. Oh my god, I got stuck in a tree.
Heal up, heal up. Let me heal you.
I'm good, I'll heal myself.
Okay.
Independent woman. Slay queen pussy boss.
Okay, let's try to loot actually something.
I have nothing, bro. I have
Okay.
only lemons.
It's fine, they're important.
Let's go extract them with lemons only.
Are you sure?
No.
We can, the extract is close. Oh, they're actually
Let me
shooting
heal
from
again. This is my last bandage. I
Yeah, that's why
kinda
we
like
need to
this
extract.
gun. It's like an
What's the run
SMG.
you're playing?
Teacher.
Oh, that's the worst weapon, I think.
Really?
Oh my god.
How
where
how
the
did I
fuck
get
do
the
we
worst weapon out of them all, bro?
Head home at Eastern Station.
go? Need to go in that station.
Bro, I'm
I'm
not
jumping.
jumping again.
I fucked up everything I have. Don't jump. I'm out of bandages
Bro,
as well.
bro. No! How do you fucking move in this game? I'm also out of bandages.
Do you have fabrics? I can craft some.
I don't think I have. I have nothing, bro. No, I don't. Don't have any fabrics. Nope. There's a robot in front of us.
Yeah, I need to run.
Run,
Need to go down in the
baby, run.
station.
Run for your
Here.
life.
Oh my god, go fast.
I'ma tear out your heart. It will always be mine. What the fuck is that mouse? Oh! Oh! Oh, there's two!
I'm gonna start this thing. Move them in.
Oh shit. If I die. Run, baby, run. I think they're fighting
I'm
above
gonna hold
us.
this here.
Should I also? Is there another?
No, go down. Look at the other way.
Run, baby, run. Use your road to become invisible. Yeah, let me just do that.
I put a mine there.
Run. Dancing in the mirror, singing in the shower. La da ti, la da dam, la da dam. Oh my god, I thought this was a person. Hurry, hurry! Oh, what the fuck did you shoot?
A robot there.
Oh my goodness, you scared the shit
Oh,
out
there
of me.
is extract in front of us as well.
Oh,
Oh my god, we got the lemons.
yeah, thank you Lord, thank you Jesus.
Now we need apricots.
Yeah, amazing. Is it on the same map?
Yeah.
I have nothing this round. I didn't loot shit.
It's fine, we got the lemons at least.
How many do you got?
2.
Yeah, same.
I think we need 2, no?
Isn't it 3?
Oh my god.
I'm not sure, I'm not sure.
Oh my god, it's...
Shit!
It's fine.
No! Oh, I did my feet with the light ammo because of that free loadout. Love that! Did they make Rogue a strat too? I'ma kill myself. I don't even care at this point, I just hope Deadpool isn't tank as people wish him to be. Bro, how can they make Deadpool a tank? This would be freak fuck activity. He should be a DPS, for sure. Who would have want him to be a tank? Like, Why do they want him to be a tank? Yeah, it's 3 lemons and 3 apricots. For the cock to upgrade and get bigger.
Listen, now go to the traders, to the clinic, and buy a augment for your free loadout. You can choose between 3 loadouts.
Alright. To the clinic.
Come on in, Raider. I've got the good stuff ready.
Ooh! Ooh! Ooh!
If you're going to take it.
Almost all of Reddit? Oh damn. I'm not on Reddit, so I don't know. No shield in here again, so they presumably want him to be some sort of tank. What the hell? What the hell? I don't want him to be a tank. He would be better if it's a DPS, to be honest. Seems like a DPS hybrid real.
Bro, I can't craft shield rechargers.
Oh wait, and whatever weapon you spawn with in the free loadout, you keep it. If you... Nice. 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 Me like it. Gonna craft some bandages, yeah.
Arc power cell, bro. Need those.
Run, baby, run. Are you with free loadout again or nah?
No, I'm using the same things. I just crafted ammo.
Do I get my Rattler in game?
Yeah.
Okay. Listening. I have to craft ammo though. Only 60. Yikes. Just with passive regeneration. I don't know, we should get apricots and lemons, right?
Okay, okay.
Wait though, wait, I'm trying to think here. What the fuck do I need? Run, baby, run. Bro, I have so many rubber parts, it's crazy.
Bro, expand your stash, babe.
I can't, I'm broke, broke. Need 2k. Hey yo, Krizu here, hello, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day or night. I'm usually playing Marvel Rivals. I don't think I'm gonna stream this game this much. But yeah, for now we're playing duo only. Thanks for stopping by though, means a lot, means the world to me. You can 6-stack to Celestial. Yeah, this is gonna be fucking disgusting in my opinion. This is gonna be wait, so for example, if we're playing duo with Cheesy, can we get matched against a 6-stack? I don't get this. I don't get this. No, right? But we can get matched with 4-stack, yeah, which is kind of scuffed. Yes? Yes?
No.
Bro, if you can, it's not fair. This shit is not gonna be fair.
Smart only versus 6-stack, bro.
I hope so. I hope so. I really hope so.
But 4-stack is kind of the same, so.
True. I have only 1 shield recharger, so I might be kinda cooked.
Yeah, me too. But if you kill arcs, like, I can craft them when we're inside.
Wait, forgot to put on ammo. I'm gonna continue playing with the Stitcher as second weapon, even if it's the worst weapon in the fucking game, as you said. You can, but you most likely will not. I hope so. I'm fucking in love with magic skin. Holy fuck. Holy Jesus Christ. I have to be a magic main. I have to. They finally added a pink skin and it's fucking on magic. I have to main her. Shit. Why would they make in this skin yellow? I wanna surf cunt. I wanna have pink skin. If your team is 3 stack, there is a very high possibility you get dropped against a stack. I see. Shit, fuck. What map are we on, Cheesy?
Sabo.
If I lose another Rattler, I'm gonna flip. I swear to Jesus fucking Christ. Where did we spawn?
Very close to the spawn.
Nice. Let's loot a bit. If there is even loot here.
Are we looting or going for a...
Loot on the way, loot on the way.
Hope you brought that ferro I gave you. Heavy ammo punches through arc plating better than most.
Metal party, yuppie.
Oh my god,
What?
there is a big flying bitch.
Don't shoot
Another
it.
one is getting-
I got some fucking epic trinket, bro. Let's extract. Bro, let's extract, bro.
It's in the safe pocket, bro, chill.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
We need to kill this thing.
So if I die,
Oh my god, snitches on us. Careful, careful.
if I die, it's going in my inventory, right?
Yeah. But we're kind of fucked here.
Why?
There are still robots watching us.
I don't see. I see only one there. Yeah, snitch here, bitch.
We need to go to this building.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Flight above my head. Wait, let me loot this. Run, baby, run. Run for your life. Won't tear out your heart. Always be mine. Yuppie. This is my second purple thing. Apart from this blueprint that we got. There's... what are you looting at? For me?
I'm looting.
Oh, yeah, same. Oh. Why did I fail to bridge this? Oh, never mind. I thought I did something wrong.
I think you need to go. It's after you. Next to you.
Fuck you, bitch. I feel like there will be a lot of people around us.
Oh, we lost everything from last game.
What do you mean?
From the things that are for the quest.
Oh, really? We have to do it in one go? Oh my god, this thing saw me. It saw me.
Need to kill it.
Easy.
Oh my god, 3 more fights.
Oh! Bro, didn't you see that ball?
No. Look at them, bro.
I was looking at my inventory. Sorry.
I think the stitches call other robots when they die.
Oh my god, there's 3.
Yeah.
I'm
we
looting.
should go on my marker, bro.
Okay. Run, baby, run.
What alarm clock?
The fuck? Oh my god. Didn't see it at all. I didn't see it at all. Tell me if you're leaving things behind so I take them.
Let's go. We need the lemons.
The fuck did you drop?
Oh, there's someone there.
Where? Where?
Oh, it's a turret.
Where?
But I
Where?
don't think we can kill them with those weapons.
Oh.
But you need it. We're gonna go after we loot the trees here.
Okay.
So we're looking for trees again. Here.
What do the
Like the
apricots
lemon trees.
ones look like? The
It's
same?
trees. They're still kind of the same. I don't know.
Oh, there's a robot.
Hornet.
Yeah, 2 robots.
Here is a tree.
Lemons. Pick one.
I can't.
Excellent.
Lemon, over here.
Did you get one as well?
This tree. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Who's stepping here?
Me. Bro, these robots are gonna fuck us.
No.
They're right
Oh
above
my
us.
god, there is a big robot here.
Run inside, please. Oh, he's looking inside here. Holy fuck, there's a turret.
Run.
I'm safe here.
I'm safe as well. Oh, I'm not really safe.
Come here, it's okay here. Should we shoot the turret? We have to kill one anyways.
Yeah, true.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, we need to kill this bitch first though. I need to heal. I'm healing.
Okay. This bitch is not dying.
Yeah, we're right now. Let's try to kill the turret now.
Okay.
Do you have grenades? Wait, I have.
I only have smoke.
I need you to shoot the grenade though.
Shoot the grenade?
Yeah.
I don't know where it is.
Oh my god.
It's in the air. I have no ammo. I ran out of ammo.
You got the quest at least.
I need medium ammo. Does it
Maybe
drop
you try?
something?
Let's loot here.
Light ammo. I need medium. I'm only with Stitcher again, and we're gonna get fucked.
Okay, we got one lemon. Let's try for the other trees, but we need to be careful with the big robot.
Okay. Cheesy Dreadhead real. Bro was dead ass running this fucking customization. Cheesy, look at me for a second, please. So basically he was looking like this. Ah! With a female body, and he figured it out yesterday. Is it the big one? I have no medium ammo. I'm not wasting any more ammo.
I killed it. But it's gonna call 3 more now. Careful.
Yeah, let's...
They're looking for us, hide.
Yeah, let's make the whole map hear us and come for us.
Wait. They're still looking for us. They're next to us. We're dead, bro. Aren't we?
Yeah, from fucking bots.
Wait.
You know they can see us through the roof if they go above. It's a window.
Run.
There's robots
Where is the
everywhere.
big robot?
I don't know.
Oh my god!
Bro, don't show! Don't show!
Run.
Bro! What do you mean? Bro, I don't wanna die to robots again.
Fucking lemons, bro. We're dying for lemons.
Yeah, no lemons. 0 lemons. GG, go next. Loot goblin. You motherfucker.
Is this thing next to us?
I think. What do I hear? Is it steps or the robot?
It's the big robot, bro.
I'm looting. Let's loot and chill. Oh my god, I got another trinket, but it's a blue one.
Do you have ammo?
Only light ammo for Stitcher. I have no medium ammo for my Rattler.
I got 5 heavy, I can't give you any. No, I think you need to bring more ammo.
Yeah, I couldn't craft more than this, so that's why. Only if the game was first person, I would have been so much good for What is a CQB? Fights, I don't know. The short, what does it mean? Is someone extracting?
I don't know. I don't know the
I
sound.
think this is the sound for the extract.
No, it's like the probe, I think.
I'm not sure. Close quarters battle fights in buildings. I see. Yeah, I kinda feel weird playing like this, to be honest, but still fun though, still fun. Oh, I got a part for a weapon? What do I drop now? Decisions. Cheesy, I'm dropping a great trinket. Here, I
Could
think.
be something. Here.
Oh my god, simple gun parts, I also need that. Decisions, I'm leaving rubber parts a lot, cause I have a lot. Metal parts. Thank you.
I need to craft
The fuck is that?
I'm crafting. What is this sound? There's something flying on top.
I need that. Bro, fuck this
Do you
shit.
need shield recharge?
Oh, wait.
Bro, you're so wounded up, bro.
Yeah, let's extract, bro. Let's extract. I don't care about no quests anymore. I have 2 purple things. Let's extract. Bro! If you kill me...
Bro, not to the alarm.
Can we extract?
Let's
Where is the
extract.
closest?
Wait. Next to us. Northern station. We just need to jump down. Come. Let me look down.
I'm gonna search also.
What is this?
There's
It's next to us.
Oh.
There's medium ammo for me.
Shit. I have nowhere to put it. Oh my god.
It can see us. Crouch.
I am crouching. I have no space for medium ammo. Out of ammo again. Have to get my ammo.
Reloading for 10 seconds.
Oh, I have.
So, fuck this shit.
I'm reloading. Holy day.
Bro, put some ammo on, please. My gun is so shit.
Wait.
There's more medium ammo here.
There's
Some plastic parts.
blue things here. I had to drop stuff for ammo. I wanna extract, bro.
Okay, let's go.
Where did I leave my light ammo? Oh, here it is. The fuck is this shit? Advanced weapons? I only have 1 safe pocket. Can you put this? No, you can't give it to me. No, shit.
What do you want, bro?
Nothing. I wanna extract.
They're shooting next to the extract.
Holy fuck.
Head home at the northern station.
I'm breaching. Metal parts here.
What the fuck do I hear? It's a big one.
Is it coming to us?
I don't know.
It's yellowing.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. It's
Bro.
coming to us, bro.
And then hide, bro.
It's above us.
Holy day. This is really bad. We can't extract here. Someone is shooting it.
It's above me.
Who is shooting it? There's people.
Where did it go? Where did it go? I can't see it. Bro, we can't extract yet.
Man. Well, we're just gonna camp here.
Let's go to the other stage. Come.
Okay. What exactly is the goal of this game? To like
Survive.
survive? Something like escape from Tarkov is what Cheesy explained to me. The closest example I never played.
Run.
Oh my god, I broke my legs. I never played extraction games, so I have no idea. Like, never played Tarkov, never played anything like this, so...
Yeah, we basically load up in the map, loot, and try to extract and sell the looted items.
Or upgrade your weapons and shit. And things like that.
Oh, this is really scary.
Yeah.
Someone is
What the
stepping
fuck
here.
is that on top of the building? Is it a turret that's gonna shoot at us? Bro, why are we going here? Please explain.
Steps. Hide. They're below us.
Yeah. Something is coming. Something big is coming.
Where?
Above us. Oh no.
Run. Just run.
Aren't they below us?
They extracted. Look
Are
around.
you sure?
I'm calling it.
Why is
Go
it so...
stairs. I'm gonna go here.
Why is it so dark?
I'm calling here.
Dancing
Here is
in the
safe.
mirror. Singing in the shower.
They can be only where you are.
If I get killed,
No,
it's
come
on
to
you.
me. Come close to me.
But I'm holding the
I'm gonna-
stairs.
Okay, just hold behind.
Dancing in the mirror. I don't know. It's coming. Train is here. Train is here.
Careful, it can be on the other side. Careful.
You cover me this time.
It's fine.
Hell yeah, ladies. Sheesh. We didn't get any apricots. But it's fine. It's fine. Holy day. Cheesy, can you look up if I need breathtaking snow globe for anything in the quest or in it's a purple trinket. Pink trinket. Do I even have enough space for everything? Just play Warframe. I've never played this, to be honest.
You just save it.
Oh. So I don't need it?
No.
Okay. Okay. Selling it. 7k? I can expand my fucking... I can expand my shit. What a big punani. Holy day. Bro, now what is that? What do you mean? I can... But I don't even have the blueprints for those. And this game is what, 50 euro? Yeah, but the thing is, listen. The thing is we didn't pay for that. Because Cheesy sold some CS shit and bought the game. So we basically didn't pay anything. You know? Then hit. Anyways. So actually I gotta go to bed. Please do not shed too many tears. I will be back. Man, Roger. We will be shedding all the tears. I will be back and I will be mod. Bet. Where is Regis though? Also, have a great night. Sleep well. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around with my freak fuck. Yeah. Sleep well, sleep well. Sweet dreams. Redis is grinding. Oh shit. Oh shit. The grind is real because it's end of season. Real. He says he's Celestial one soon. Ooh, damn. Ooh, damn. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. He's absolutely goated. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, it's for the Rattler. Amazing. And it's even level 2 green. Damn. Is this shit on? Nope. Gee, do we play more or do we end here?
It's your choice. We can end and actually sleep this night.
Yeah.
If you want. If you want
That
to
was the...
continue.
No, it was
Did you
the...
do the right to quest?
Wait, let me check.
Yeah, you did. I'm gonna claim it.
Yeah, I did. Oh, you get an emote. And Stitcher 2. An extended line mark. Holy day.
Call a supply drop.
Now what do I upgrade? Cheesy, what are you upgrading with the skill points?
I'm just going for all survival. Faster loot.
I'm going for
better
all
loot.
mobility then.
Yeah.
Increase your max stamina. I wanna run. I wanna run. I can build this utility station. I'm building it. Wait, there's more? What else can you do? But I have them all, no? Why can you build extra?
Yeah.
The fuck is this shit? Bro, there's so many gadgets. I'm too old for this shit. I don't know what any of that means. Run, baby, run. Alright, we got some good shit. So, we can go to bed now. Let me put on some music, guys. We haven't listened to any music today. Wanna rate someone with one viewer that's playing Ark Raiders or Marvel Rivals, guys? You were the one that saw myself. Let's just rate Mag. He's playing. He's playing Rivals. I'm just so close like a switchblade. Well, what day is it today? Tuesday. When is new season, Cheesy?
Friday.
Friday. Well, wait. Isn't it better to stream on Friday then?
Yeah.
But you wanted to go out on Friday.
Oh fuck. Then we go out on Sunday or Thursday.
Thursday. After work.
Okay.
So, we're gonna be streaming then on new season on Friday and Saturday. Cause like, I think this game is not really interesting for y'all, so I'm not gonna play it on stream anymore. It was fun for me though, I had fun. I enjoyed this little break from Rivals. I fucking played a lot yesterday and got to Celestial, so I needed this break. And yeah, I will see you guys with the new season on Friday. And that's basically it. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys' support. Thanks for all the subbies, all the BTs today for being here. Thank you so much. Big kiss. Stay sexy, bitches. And I'll fucking see you on Friday. Thanks for anyone who goes to Maki and supports the guy. He deserves it. He really deserves it, guys. So, yeah. I'll see you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Raiding.